Good. What's good? What's good?
What up? What's going on with y'all, man?
Cutting Pete, what's happening? Chris, what's good?
Oh,
John, Burnt Pizza Boy, what's happening? Chester, Warren, hey, Donnie Dope Ones, what's happening, man? Donnie, yeah, you must be up there working. Soren, what's good? See Donnie doing that good work out there for Brother
yes,
Spike.
indeed.
Miss P, what's happening?
Wrong station.
Yeah. Sorry, pal. Shout out to them for continuing to play these games in the middle of the day. We're all here because Don is here.
Donnie.
Not really our bag, Donnie. I mean, I got some downstairs, but not really. You said, are you going to chew one for today? That might be more likely. I got a lot of those down there. Edibles, 420.
See, that don't even register to me. Yeah.
About 60 out, y'all. 60 out, 60 out.
You get a regular night's sleep last night, man?
Yes and no. It was a drug and I had to get some sleep, man. So it was drug induced, and I never feel good the next day. But I had to sleep, and sure enough, I don't know what it is, man. It's just around 3 o'clock in the morning. She just gets anxious and starts moving a little bit. So I don't know. I mean, it's better than the alternative, so I'll take it. Yeah. Damn, for real? I don't even think I could do that. Those things. Yeah, I don't think I could do that.
Oh, you guys are hilarious. I remember before my grandmother passed away, I tried to get her. She had back problems. I tried to get her to start, using marijuana. She wouldn't do it. She's like, I'm not using no marijuana.
I got smoothie on CBD.
She's like, I'm not doing that. I was like, man.
Well, normally I say what's good, but 49er fans say nothing. We here. We welcome you in here to the April 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, I don't know why I get this one. It's just funny to me. Like,
I was thinking about that this morning. I was in the kitchen this morning as we were all getting ready to take Reese to school, making lunches, breakfast and stuff. And I just, acknowledge me. Just out of nowhere. That one cracks me up.
Yeah, indeed it does. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. Katie Christensen did a sit down with Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. It's a fun conversation. It's not like hard-hitting questions like, hey, what are you going to do to end the 16-year playoff drought? It's not what that is. But there is some good basketball talk in there, and there's a word that keeps popping up in every media availability that De'Aaron Fox has. So we'll dive into that as well. Really, we're just doing the show today to make sure my partner is all right, man. We had the show kind of laid out, hung up on the call about an hour later. Jeff Darlington, he tweets something about Deebo Samuel that makes what Adam Schefter said yesterday on NFL Live makes so much more sense. But what we know now, or at least what we believe we know now, is Deebo Samuel has asked the San Francisco 49ers to trade him. Multiple reports say that trade request came about a week ago, which makes what Adam Schefter said yesterday makes so much more sense, because he went on television yesterday saying this isn't the San Francisco 49ers. They want to pay Deebo Samuel, but Deebo Samuel was the one who scrubbed the 49ers logos off the page. He's the one who's put a halt to this whole thing. And Deebo Samuel is the one. This is a quote from Adam Schefter. Deebo Samuel is the one that essentially basically made it known he wanted to move on. San Francisco would pay Deebo Samuel today, tomorrow, the next day. And I was so baffled as to why that came out. Like, why? Because clearly that's from the 49ers. There's no, that's very clear. San Francisco would pay Deebo today, tomorrow, the next day. That's from the 49ers. So confused as to why that came out today yesterday until Jeff Darlington tweeted today. Just hung up the phone with Deebo Samuel. He has indeed asked for a trade. My guess is the 49ers knew this was going to get out one way or another, and they wanted to be ahead of it by saying, hey, Drewski, this ain't us. This your boy Deebo. We'll pay him today, tomorrow, the next day. But this is about him, not us.
Yeah, man. And I've spent the last hour diving into all this, and I'm typically very much so on the side of the players. I'm trying to understand the psyche of the player. And this doesn't change. Like Deebo, if he doesn't want to be with the 49ers, okay, I don't wish no ill will towards him. Or wherever he goes, I hope he continues his great career. But I got to be real here. I don't know what the hell Deebo's doing. And it really, if everything is as it is being reported, which can always be put into question because you never know who's saying what and who has some real stuff. Yeah. And just who has legit information, right? If everything is on the up and up, like none of it really makes sense. None of it makes sense. It sounds like he's getting bad advice. He's getting good advice, but bad advice. Like, if it's not about the money, if the Niners were willing to pay him, and it really is about his role, which is what Jeff Darlington, right? That's the guy's name who reported that.
Yeah.
If that's what it is, and Ian Rappaport talked about it as well, then like he's getting bad advice. He's getting, and where I say good advice and bad advice is, I understand somebody in the family or in the circle saying like, bro, they're going to try and run you into the ground. Don't do anything else until you get money. Or if you're like, even if you get money, don't let them do that to your career. They're going to try and run you into the ground. And, be aware from that. Or I'd get away from there if I were you. Like, there's other steps before you get to that point. And number one, we don't know if he did or didn't have a conversation with the 49ers, but if he didn't, I mean, it's kind of crazy to get to this point without talking to Kyle, talking to John, and be like, man, I'm not really confident in my role here. Like, I need you guys to do a little different here. This isn't, I don't want to go through this again. Are you getting players in there to help out? Are you going to reduce, some of the stuff I do in the backfield? Totally understandable and totally reasonable requests and concerns from Deebo Samuel, but have that conversation with the 49ers first. The other thing about it is, there was a couple things, actually. Another thing is the money. If that's out there, if you're putting that out there, if you're telling Jeff Darlington that's what it is, well, I feel like you've diminished what you can make on your next contract. Because part of the reason again Deebo Samuel is because he can do everything. No. If he's saying he don't want to do everything no more, he just want to be a wide receiver. Well, I'm going to pay you like just a wide receiver. And you're not Devontae, you're not Tyreek.
Right. I don't know that that's been conveyed. I understand. I know that that's in tweets out there. Just to be clear, Jeff Darlington's lone tweet was, I just spoke to wide receiver Deebo Samuel, and he told me that he has asked the 49ers to trade him. He did not want to discuss specific reasons behind his request, but he has indeed let the 49ers know his desire to leave the organization. More to come. That's the lone tweet from Jeff Darlington. Now, I know some 49ers reporters have quote tweeted that, or have added to that, or have added their more of their reporting to it. In it, there's some question about his usage. I didn't see anything about dollars. I might have missed those tweets, but I'll go back to what Adam Schefter said yesterday. Schefter says this again after his long diatribe about how San Francisco's willing to do this and how San Francisco's willing to do that. He said it's not hard to figure out what the contract would look like. We've seen some of the top numbers in the league. This, I think right now, is Deebo not wanting to get a deal done. It's not San Francisco not willing to do the deal. The 49ers are ready. Deebo Samuel is the one who has put a halt to everything right now. What I don't understand is the end game, because it appears, unless, and this very, very well may be the case, again, because what Schefter's saying is clearly coming from someone in the 49ers organization.
Mm-hmm.
If the end game isn't money, what are we doing right now?
That's the question everybody is trying to figure out.
And don't tell me it's not winning. Like, with where you went last year, you have the exact same team coming back, including a quarterback, by the way, that you didn't think would be here. You still have everything in place to be just as good, if not better, than you were last year.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a bigger disconnect than we've been made aware of.
Yeah, and
because this doesn't make professional sense, and this sure as hell doesn't make business sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's all bad.
But again, that's the 49ers side, and that's what they want out there, and that's what they want us talking about.
Right. Now, I don't know whose side Ian Rappaport is on.
He's on the NFL side. He's state sponsored media. He's all about the shield.
Right. But he's the one that tweeted out. He said he talked about the 49ers have been looking to make offers for a long-term deal with Deebo, but he's been unwilling to engage. This is why. Unclear where this goes from here, but Samuel's wanting out his latest and big name wide receiver drama. He follows that up saying, money is not the root of the issues for Deebo Samuel. Otherwise, that could have been fixed with a big offer. But there's also issues with how he's used. And issues with how he's used, that's coming from somewhere. Right? Like, no, I don't think people are making that up. Whether Deebo told that to the 49ers or Deebo said that to Ian Rappaport specifically.
Coming from his brother, I think.
Right. Like, that's
half joking, but
that's coming from somewhere. And like you said, none of it makes sense to me. None of it makes sense. I think you're in if they're willing to pay you. If they're not willing to pay you, that's the only thing that would make sense of, like, yo, we're going to play hardball. We don't want to be here. Mm-hmm. If they're willing to pay you some money, I don't know what the deal is. Now, there's a video out there of, it's crazy how these things happen. Deebo's mom, I believe it is on live. Have you seen this? We don't know how long ago this was, but Deebo's mom is on Instagram Live.
Okay.
Deebo's in the background having a phone conversation. And he says there ain't been no offer made yet. He's talking to somebody. He's like, ain't no offer been made. And then he goes, I was talking to Tori, which is, I forgot the guy's name, Tori something. That's his agent. Okay. And he's like, Tori told me, they told him they're not going over 20 million. They're like, yeah, you might be worth more than 20, but we're not going over 20 million. And that's that. So if it's money and he wants more than 20 million and the 49ers are already saying we're not going over 20 million. I mean, there's a number of different things with that. Some people believe, no, you don't go 20 million over for a wide receiver. There's so many dynamics.
If it boils down to, let me see if I have the exact number in front of me. It was in an old set of notes, and I don't. Sorry, I can dig it up here, and we could talk about it throughout the day. A lot of time, these contracts, and this happens a lot with quarterbacks, where it's okay. Matt Stafford's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Yes, technically that's accurate. Matt Stafford will make $61 million this year. That's because of the massive signing bonus that he got and the massive immediate money he got. 2 years ago, or I think it was 2 years ago, last year, Dak Prescott made $91 million in a single season because of the the bonus that he got. Tyreek Hill has the highest. His contract is higher than Devontae Adams. But the end of Tyreek's contract isn't real. The final year of his contract is worth $45 million. Yo, Tyreek Hill ain't going to see that. Right. If this is all about flexing, if it's flexing for the gram, if it's flexing for the NFL, this seems like an easy bit where, yeah, we'll make you the highest paid receiver. You make $47 million your final year. We'll get you at an average of 21. You'll make 47 your final year. Or you can bring that average up to a 26, and but your last year is going to be worth $49 million. Everybody knows he's not going to make that final year of his contract. Everybody knows the final year of virtually every NFL contract. You ain't going to see it. That's why it's constructed the way it's constructed. Patrick Mahomes' 10-year contract or whatever absurd number it was, that thing's going to be renegotiated 7 times. Wow. Patrick Mahomes might have the worst agent in the National Football League at this point. We'll step out. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about with Deebo. We got confirmation our man Butcher Boy Joe Shasky is going to join us over from the top morning show in the Bay Area, Morning Roast. Butch going to be with us at 1:30. James Ham coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk 49ers Kings basketball. We'll talk Devin Booker as well, Luka Doncic, Ben Simmons. All big stories here today. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, where's the video at? I think I saved it. I'll put it on my Twitter. I'll retweet it.
I gotta find those. Get those numbers.
Like, it could very well be staged, but it seems like it could very well be staged or planned. Like, he could have known his mom was on live, but it's funny.
Oh, I forgot Amari Cooper went to Cleveland. I'm doing a draft show.
They're in cahoots.
Draft party.
They're in cahoots.
Boy, they already got which teams could trade for Deebo articles out. Damn it, man. Where is that Tyreek Hill number? Dumbass. That's what I get for not marking it when I see it. Yeah, I really don't need y'all to do another episode of Red Table Talk. Why don't we just go ahead?
Oh my gosh.
Why don't we just go ahead and shut this down? Y'all doing too much. Yeah, I was reading that. I was reading some of that this morning.
Absolutely not. I'm positive. Absolutely not. No, I'd love to have Deebo there. Jesse asked
Josiah. Did you see Josiah got your usher?
Yeah, it's fine. I think he did his first. I didn't see that. I didn't see his. And I was like, oh, damn. It's perfect, though. Jesse asked, are 49ers screwed on offense if they don't have Deebo? I'll answer that on some of you already heard it, but I'll talk about it on when we come back. Who is it? I'll talk about it. Yeah. It's kind of random, but yeah, sure. Why wouldn't they be? They got a nice little quarterback
tough to
wide
get
receiver
back,
combo.
though. It's tough to get
It
back.
is. But they're a contender.
Sure.
Favorites, I wouldn't say that, but contender, sure. That'd be tragic for him.
Yeah, Michael, this is a good question. We'll bring both of these up. Sacktown Tony and Michael will bring both of these up on the air. Just give you all the star treatments. We remember to bring those back. That's funny. That's funny.
The Lakers are expected to offer a package that includes THT, Kendrick Nunn, and multiple first-round picks to teams this offseason. They don't even have multiple first-round picks.
2030? Like, what are we?
What are you guys even talking about? First of all,
Bronny going to be in his prime by then. The Lakers got nothing. Indeed, it's Steelo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Believe me, I know. I've been consuming every day right about 4:45. Little cranberry juice, little McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, sit down, do some YouTube work, and we are off and rolling with the evening.
There's two things that
I think Kenny's going to start consuming his, by the way, in about 30 minutes. We keep talking about Deebo this way.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that with two things.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, off subject that we will get to later for sure. Adrian Wojnarowski reports Phoenix Suns' Devin Booker likely to miss games 3 and 4 versus New Orleans with a mild hamstring strain. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
That's
my
interesting.
concern. You know what my concern about that was? You probably know exactly his reaction. He didn't try to jog. He didn't try to run. He hit the ground, turned around. He had that.
I didn't see when it happened. I missed it. That must have been. I didn't see when it happened.
Yeah, it was third, like late-ish, third quarter, 5 minutes, 4 minutes to go, something like that. Chase down block. It was a 1-point game when he was basically going for a chase down block. It was a fast break. He jumped. Nothing looked off about like the jump, the landing, nothing. But he immediately turned around and he had this look on his face and immediately put his hand up. And it's like, oh, he didn't try to jog. He didn't try to run. He didn't try to move. He hit the ground. He turned around and he knew something's wrong. Get me out. That's my concern. That's what I would like. That's when I see an athlete's reaction to something. Like I think Chris Paul.
Yeah, I don't remember thinking about that in the Warrior series.
Period.
Like he knew he wasn't coming back.
It was over. Like it was done. Yeah. And I'm not saying Book had that. I'm not suggesting.
But he knew it wasn't
something
just
was wrong.
I'll be back in the fourth quarter. Like he knew it was more than that.
Also, something about these stringy muscles. When you a lot like the calf, when you get to the hamstring, James Harden last year. One, it's not something you just bounce back from. Two, if we're talking a situation where let's say Phoenix can get away from this series, they can get away from the Pelicans, and you teased this beautifully. We're going to talk about it. But I mean, we saw what Harden did last year, and this is the most praise I'll ever give James Harden. Played 48 minutes in the game and 52 minutes in the game, because when you got a hamstring issue, you essentially can't come out. Right. You can't get cold. Right. You have to keep moving. So Devin Booker is facing a whole different reality moving forward in these NBA playoffs, and we're in round 1. Man. So who knows when that's going to feel, even when he does come back, who knows when it's going to feel good enough to go 100%. Right.
May not
It's
happen at
not.
all the whole
Yeah,
playoffs.
it's not. And now all of a sudden you are, unfortunately, because this is the barometer for a team that went to the NBA Finals last year. This is a barometer for a team that won 64 games. You're now talking about the decision to be a championship team or not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or you're looking at the difference between being a championship team and not
Yeah.
being a championship team.
Yeah. This opens the West up completely.
It does. It opens this series up
completely.
It opens this series up more than I gave it credit for. I said this was one of the series that it just didn't really move me very much, and that's probably because of how the Pelicans scraped and clawed, and I kind of have my biased feelings towards the play-in game. But watching them last night, yeah, always comes back to Sacramento. Watching it last night, I had a frustrating realization about New Orleans, because as I looked at them, and it's kind of like, I think I'm wrong about this team, and I kind of pulled up the roster and started going through it. I was looking at who was active, who wasn't, and started shaking my head like, okay, we're going to get to it. We also got some notes on Ben Simmons and Luka Doncic as well. So we'll get to all of that, as well as the games that we saw last night. But the news so far today, Deebo Samuel has told the San Francisco 49ers he doesn't want to be there. We'll try to figure out why, because we certainly can't. It's being framed as it's not a money situation for multiple NFL reporters. So there's something else at play here. And a number of interesting questions came up during the commercial break as well.
Yeah. And real quick, the other thing was, one of the people that we go to routinely and we don't question their reports. No disrespect to anybody else. We just hold this person in high regard. Josina Anderson is weighed in. Josina Anderson. Meanwhile,
I want to point out, as you're about to read this, Josina, a lot of times that's coming straight from the players.
Now, she doesn't have anything from Deebo right here. This is more from a Jets organization perspective, because they've been a team rumored, that would be interesting.
Tyreek, I think. Yeah. They went after Tyreek.
She says, meanwhile, my understanding is there's feeling currently within the Jets organization that wide receiver Deebo Samuel won't be moved at all unless San Francisco gets a king's ransom per league source. So you can say that's negotiating.
So what, Fox in the first round pick?
The universal deal?
Rashawn Holmes? Rashawn Holmes in the first round pick for Deebo?
For the universal deal for Deebo Samuels. But there is an aspect of this whole thing of him not being moved at all, and this being a negotiating tool. And also, when you talk about this situation, well, this is why I say it's a bunch of bad advice on Deebo Samuels. When you talk about now being traded and going public, you've made this about business. Now, all the personal feelings that I may have for you, if I'm John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, if you're telling me I don't want to be here at all costs, understandable. You got to do what's best for Deebo. I don't have any hard feelings for that, but I also have a team to run and a business to run. And there's a number of different things that need to be in place for me if I'm running this franchise. Number one, I'm going to get the best deal that works for me. And what I mean by that is, if the Packers give me a good deal, but the Lions give me an equal deal, guess where you're going?
Detroit.
You're not going to Green Bay.
Yeah.
You're going to Detroit. And that may be like, oh, how y'all going to do me like that?
You're going to go.
Well, hey, sorry.
You're going to go attempt to catch passes from Jared Goff. That's what you're going to
do. Like, oh, y'all going to treat me like that after all I've done? Well, I mean, sorry, it's business. It's business. Number two, look, I think Deebo Samuels is a hell of a ball player. I love Deebo. He's unique. But not Kyle. Jesse asked me during the break. He said, do you think the 49ers offense struggles without Deebo? And I say, absolutely not. And hear me when I say that. I'm not saying we don't need him. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he's not a unique factor in this. Securing the bag. KC turned on Deebo quick. Absolutely not. But this is Deebo's a great ball player. He's a great ball player. he's a great ball player. But I've been consistent with this. It's Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan, he'll find another Deebo. John Lynch, he'll find another ball player. I mean, you can say that all you want. Kyle Shanahan, how many different styles of players has he played with since he's been running an offense somewhere? Numerous different running backs, different quarterbacks, different wide receivers. This is now. I understand that it comes off as this whole fan thing with me, but let's just be real. Kyle Shanahan is certified. Kyle Shanahan's career and what he's able to do as an offensive coach does not hinge on whether or not he has Deebo Samuels in the lineup. You disagree? Seriously, you disagree?
No, it doesn't. But I'm also not going to minimize the 1,400 yards I think he had receiving last year, and I'm not going to minimize the fact that your organization played a large chunk of their season without a primary running back, and they had to use Deebo Samuel for that. They were able to open up some of their offense because of what Deebo was able to do out of the backfield.
Absolutely. Deebo
framing this as Kyle Shanahan can go find someone else to do that is, one, you're repping really hard for Kyle Shanahan again. And I understand, like, that's your guy, but man, that is a complete minimization of what Deebo Samuel is.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Damian, because we're talking about what he did in the backfield. Kyle Shanahan can't find another running back?
I don't know. Can he?
You think I'm standing for Kyle? And let's just be real. We talked about this during the season, where they got Elijah Mitchell out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's the number one. Like, Kyle Shanahan can't find another running back. Was
Elijah Mitchell there last year?
Yeah, he was.
So why did Deebo play the role that he did if Elijah Mitchell was there?
Because Elijah got hurt, and one of the things.
What was that again?
Elijah got hurt.
Right. And just like your other boy, the Ferrari, he got hurt too.
Another thing about
clutch a week into the season.
Another thing about that is Trey Sermon got hurt. So Trey
was lighting the ground on fire too?
No, but I'm just saying, just another running back to play. Like, they couldn't even put him in because he was hurt. That's all I'm saying.
But if he was healthy, would they have? They hated Trey Sermon in training camp. They hit you. They wanted the reset button at the final preseason game.
Once again, I understand the thought that I just defend Kyle at any point.
Yes, you do.
But let's not act like it's not. Let's not act like it's not proven. It's not verified. Like, this is so. I'll just ask the question. Like, I don't know. Sean Payton. Let's just use Sean Payton. Like, does anybody think? I don't just take any when Sean Payton was there, when he lost Michael Thomas or something like that, where they like, well, he can't make it. He can't make it. Like, they're done for. Like, come on now.
Well, no, it was a concern, and that's a fair it's a fair criticism, because I can't. My years are running together. Was Michael Thomas around? Was it Teddy Bridgewater who was the 6-0 quarterback? Or was that Jameis? I can't.
Breeze went down?
Breeze went out with an injury. I feel like it was Teddy Bridgewater. I can't remember if Michael Thomas was healthy during that stretch of play, and they went 6-0. But a lot of the credit, a lot of what New Orleans has been able to accomplish when Drew Brees has been out of the lineup, I think, is due to Sean Payton's scheming. And I think it's one thing to short-term scheme something. We talk about this in basketball a lot. It's one thing when a guy is out for a day-to-day. A guy is out 3 to 7 days. You don't really know when they're coming back. You're just trying to survive. You're trying to plug. You're trying to get through. Versus when a guy tears his ACL, you're coming up with an entire new game plan for the rest of the year. And that puts players in a different position. That puts coaches in a different position to where we have to game plan differently permanently versus temporarily. Everybody's role is going to change permanently instead of temporarily. And I think I think that is the mark of a great coach. Sean Payton was able to game plan temporarily in the absence of guys like Michael Thomas, in the absence of guys like Drew Brees. We've seen Kyle Shanahan attempt to do this in the past with George Kittle out, with Deebo out, with Raheem Mostert out, with Jimmy Garoppolo out. It's at some point, doesn't this get to be like a little too much? You're starting a first year, a second year quarterback, a first year as a starter. Okay, you expected those kind of, to use the played out cliche, and forgive me, those security blankets of George Kittle and Deebo Samuels to be the ones who kind of took the pressure off of this young man by making those difficult catches, by catching a 3-yard pass and turning it into a 27-yard gain. You still got one of those pieces there, or two of those pieces in the fact, okay, we got Kittle there, but now if Kittle falls out, you don't have Deebo there to pick things up, but you still got Trey Lance trying to figure all this out. It's just crazy to me to think that we can remove what felt like such an important piece and go, it's nothing. He'll find somebody else. Because if that's the case, if that's truly the case, why even bother? Why pay him? Just let him go.
But some people say don't pay him or any wide receiver $20+ million a year.
And that sentiment I understand. With the argument being no wide receiver touches the ball enough,
right,
to generate that amount of money.
I would pay him. I'd pay him 20. Like I'm not really into the NFL contracts about like what I I wouldn't pay him Tyreek, but he might not be asking Tyreek money. I'd pay him 22, 23 million a year. I'd make it look good, for, his agent and all that. I'd pay Deebo because I love him. I think he's a great ball player. But if he doesn't want to be here, then the Niners aren't going to, all I'm saying is the Niners aren't going to fall off the face of the earth if Deebo Samuels isn't there this year.
Okay.
And you talk about short term and all this other stuff. If they trade him like now or whatever, that's not short term. Kyle Shanahan got months to figure out what he's going to do. They've got draft picks that they would have and be able to make drafts. When I don't care what anybody says, John and Kyle deserve some credit for what they built with the draft picks. They've found talent routinely. Have they missed? Absolutely. Absolutely they've missed. But pretty much everybody they got outside of Trent Williams is a draft pick, including Deebo.
Okay. We need to get back to that. Particularly, spoiler alert, draft 1 week from tomorrow. So we'll get back to what you just said. 916-349-1320. We want to hear from you. Let's start with Daniel. Daniel, what's happening, my brother?
Oh, KC, my God. I'm listening to you, man. I've been a Niner fan since the Niners had their training camp up here, up at Sierra College. So I'm right there with you. Hey, listen, Shanahan, okay. He was one half away in that Chicago Bears game from being run out of town. And who saved him on that third down end-around play?
The biggest play of the season.
Samuels did.
Yeah,
Deebo
absolutely
started it. They need to pay Deebo because they are going to use Deebo as both a receiver and a running back. And Deebo knows that if he signs a $20 million contract with us, we are going to continue to use him as a battering ram, and he's not going to last.
Understandable.
Well,
here's the question that I have for that. Number one, I'm just going by reports. We don't know what's really real, or whatever. They're willing to pay him. They may not be willing to go past 20 mil, but they're willing to pay him $20 million a year. If that's not good enough for him, like I said, I don't know where I stand on that. I'd probably try to figure it out and talk to him some more. But some people are like, absolutely not. You don't pay a wide receiver that. I was listening to Baldy before we came on the show, and he said, if I'm building a team, the last position I'm looking for is wide receiver. I'm going through every other position before I get to wide receiver because that can be easily fixed one way or the other. Deebo Samuel is a special case, but now you got to factor in if he wants more than $20 million a year, yet he's complaining that, and I don't want to say complaining, he's saying that he doesn't want to be used in the same way. Let me ask you, Damien, does his value go down if he just wants to be a receiver solely?
In my estimation, no. It doesn't. But the reason I say that is because I don't know that 31 teams in the NFL would use Deebo the way Kyle Shanahan did, right? And maybe they would. But I'd also point this out because you talk about him being used up and being a battering ram and all that stuff. Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, they're not getting another contract like this. This is one.
Mm-hmm.
If Deebo can get the one, you take it
Mm-hmm.
two ain't coming.
Right.
You get a 2-year. You'll get a deal. You ain't gonna be out of the league in 4 years. But the deal that you're staring at, perhaps right now, that deal's not in that position. That deal's not coming around again.
Right.
You got to get it now. So that's one little piece I have a hang up on. Let's get JT in here real quick. Jay, what's happening?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Long time no talk.
What's
Good
up,
to hear from you,
JT?
bro.
Hey, so KC, bro, that's what I'm trying to say, man. With Deebo, he's not just a wide receiver. This whole he's can't pay him more than $20 million because no wide receiver. He's more than that. He's obviously more than that when he's pulling up the running back positions. Even when Elijah Mitchell was healthy, he was still getting a good amount of the touches. Why?
JT, real quick. JT, real quick. I'm gonna let you finish, but real quick. If he's telling you he don't want to do that no more, you can't look at him that way.
No, we don't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If he doesn't want to do that, and my personal thing is, if you don't want to be, basically the focal point of the offense, I mean, I don't know what you're doing playing football, first of all.
That's not fair. He just wants to be a receiver. He doesn't want to do the running back thing, and that's understandable.
And
I get it. But that's the whole point when you guys say he's worth more than that because he does stuff running the football. If you don't want to do that no more, you can't factor that in. Like, you can't factor that into the contract.
And that's fine. So I guess we'll throw this to you real quick. We'll get to Herbert. If that conversation has been had with Deebo in the 49ers, I don't want to do this anymore. You asked me the question, is his contract value different? You said you would pay him 20, 21, 22 million. If he says, look, I want to be here. I want to be a 49er, but I don't want to do what I did last year. I'll never make it through a season. I want to break receiving records. I want to be Trey Lance's primary target. That's what I want to do. Does your contract offer change?
Nah, I mean, we would talk about it. I wouldn't just say, well, kick rocks. We talk about it. Maybe it changed.
No, I'm not
maybe
saying kick rocks. I'm saying you lop off.
Maybe it would say the same. Like, we would have me and you, John and Kyle, we'd have a conversation with like, all right, the offer is going to change, but push come to shove, we'll go to 20. Let's just see, like, we'll have that conversation. But maybe it's a situation where it's like, we're willing to go up to 20, 21 or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it would change the tenor of the negotiations a little bit, but where I'm ultimately willing to go, it might not change that much. Because I really don't think I don't have any kind of intel on this. I don't think he's asking for Devontae, Tyreek money. I don't think he's asking for those type of guarantees. I think he wants to be around 20 to 25 million. And I think that's something, even if he came and said, I don't want to do that. Hell, I'm Damian, not no Barry Horowitz. I'm the one that said, yo, we can't do that again next year. Remember, I was like, I need another playmaker because you can't ask him to do that again. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's too much to put on his plate the way that he plays, as physical he is. He won't make it. So I need either a wide receiver so you can make him more of a running back, or I need a running back so you can make him more of a wide receiver. But you can't ask him to do that again. And that's the way the 49ers should have been looking at it, or should be looking at it going into this offseason. We can't. If Deebo was talking to me as a front office guy, I was like, don't worry about that. That's not what we're trying to do again. Like, that was a specific circumstance. We ain't doing that again.
Let's get Herbert here real quick. 916-349-1320. Herbert, my good brother, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Herbert, what's up, bro?
What's up? Hey, just regarding Deebo, man, I just think like the players are evolving and getting a little bit smarter and understanding their value and contracts and things like that, to where the NFL has took advantage of them for so long.
And now with all this information, the internet, and things like that, guys are understanding their value and their worth. And I think what Deebo is doing, just like Tyreek Hill did, pardon my French, but he's putting his eggplant on the table and saying, "Look, this is a one shot Ersky, and this is my one time to, they guys. I think people don't understand. I think people think like these players care about like winning and Super. The guys don't care about that. The NFL is a lick, and they're trying to take care of their family. They're trying to take care of their kids, and whatever. And bottom line is, it's time to get what's coming to them, and that's just the bottom line.
Appreciate you, Herbert.
Keep our eggplants off the table. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. But your boy Joe Shasky is going to join us. There's a ton of NBA stuff to talk about as well. James Ham coming up in the 3:00 hour. Sabonis and Fox spoke to Katie Christian. We got all of that coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I gotta shut my door real quick, man. Hang on, please.
Y'all in here talking about I'm turning on Deebo, and y'all stop that. It ain't about that. I love Deebo. I'd sign him and try to bring him back as much as possible. But I mean, there is a business element to this. Like, you can't just go around paying, especially in the NFL, with salary caps and all this other stuff, except for the Rams because they don't have one. But you can't just go giving people just anything all the time. Like, you want to make it a fair deal. You want to make sure that they're well compensated. But come on, man. I wouldn't have gave Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams the money that they got, like, at the wide receiver position. So if somebody else is asking for it, come on, man. That could have been Christian Kirk's fault. He set everything off. Yeah. That's a good question. We're not, yeah. Okay, we'll sign the 20 then. Yeah. And then the other aspect of it is, I know people like to discredit Kyle Shanahan as a play caller and a coach, but where you gonna go? You gonna go to Detroit and he gonna use it the same way? It's gonna be all good. You gonna put up the same numbers and get the same wins? Come on, man. Yeah.
Hey guys, we need 2 seconds. Give it just 2 quick seconds. Hang. All right, come on, man. What are we doing right now?
That's crazy.
It is crazy. What's that, Jesse? Yeah, dude, that's real talk. That's real talk. It feels off. I like Nick's question. That's good.
No, John, no breaking news. We're just talking about where we're going for dinner tonight.
Oh, man. I can't believe she brought it up again. No one has hipped her to the game, man.
Oh, boy.
And fam, for real. Man, that's not terribly far off there, old school bird. That's not far off.
Where'd he go? He go to Jacksonville, right?
Jacksonville. Yeah.
Idiots.
Yeah, it's always that silly stuff that works. That was a good clip. And you know what the funny thing is? I was like, why don't I like chunky peanut butter? I actually do. I don't buy it anymore because I rarely use peanut butter and I give peanut butter to my dogs. But I can't give them the chunky
you can't
one.
give them chunky. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I always wind up getting the smooth. And I was when that clip, man, I was like, wait, what? Why do I hate chunky peanut butter again? And I couldn't figure it out until I went to give I was like, oh, that's why I stopped getting. Oh, it's not trash. It's actually quite delightful. Made for good radio, but it's quite delightful.
Creamy's not trash either. It's
fucking
that's
peanut
not
butter.
my
It's all
preference.
peanut butter for
Yeah,
God's
it's not my
sakes.
preference.
I actually do like the texture of chunky.
Now,
See?
no, he went a little longer than I expected. But I was
damn voice guy won't shut up.
Now we're talking about peanut butter again. Now I will say this: chunky, creamy.
Oh,
it's not really a big deal. I am.
It's the commercial break.
opposed
Okay.
To grape jelly over strawberry. Like, don't try and give me grape jelly. It's only strawberry for me.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm
cool
strawberry.
over it,
I don't want anything else. The funny thing is, like, if you tune in during the commercial, that's where you find out. That's where we break kayfabe. You find out this whole show is a work. The whole show is a work. Like, we were having this. Of course, it's always stupid clips like peanut butter that go. People get to interacting with. I was telling Kenny, why don't I couldn't remember why I don't like chunky peanut butter. I do. I love chunky peanut butter. I just don't buy it anymore because I have a jar of peanut butter for humans and a jar of peanut butter for dogs. And just so in case one runs it, whatever, it's all creamy peanut butter.
Yeah.
And it dawned on me last night. Oh, I love chunky. It made for a funny bit on the radio, but I love chunky peanut butter.
I'm like, creamy is fine. I'm not gonna go buy creamy. Like, if they're both on the shelves, obviously I'm gonna get chunky every time. But I mean, if somebody makes a sandwich and it has creamy, I'm not gonna not eat it. But I won't eat grape jelly. And we finally found our guy, man. I was like, this guy's perfect. He's perfect. Well, we finally found the flaw in our guy, Donnie Dope Ones. Team grape jelly all day. That's just a fail. That's a fail.
I'm going to change my hoodie during the next commercial break. If you don't mind. Get this Dope Ones gear off at dopeones.com. If you're Team Jelly, you can Team Grape Jelly. You can rock over there. This is like when the Undertaker started talking about God. That's where you find out it's all fake. 916-349-1320. Who's first, Jesse? Nick. Nick, what's happening, my brother? Nicholas,
hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Yes, sir. I just had a quick question for you guys. If Deebo is on his way out, what do you expect back for him? Can we get a first rounder, late first rounder? Or are we looking at like a second and 2/3 or a sixth? What do you guys think?
No, that's a good question that has come up quite a few times here this morning.
Yeah. So once again, because I talked during the break a little bit about. I know, look, we have fun on here. It's okay. We can have fun. But, everybody, now Kenny hates Deebo and he's turning on I don't hate Deebo.
Is he the third man? What the hell is going on here?
I don't hate Deebo at all. Deebo, I would love for him to stay. I still think, I really do kind of feel it's still 50-50 that he stays. Like, I don't think this means like he's gone. I think this is a bit of a negotiation tactic, and there's a lot of that going on.
So, okay, I won't finish that thought. I want to get back to that line though.
There's a lot of that going on, and I think he's getting bad advice. I think he's getting bad negotiating advice as well, to be honest with you. And he's got people in his ear. He's got people, and rightfully so. I think like family and friends are like, yo, don't let them run you into the ground. Don't let them do that to you. You know what I mean? And I get that. Like, I would tell my brother the same thing. I would tell my son the same thing, with that. But I just think the negotiating it's not making no sense. But the thing about it with Deebo, when you talk about this situation, is now you're opening up business, man. We're opening up to have a business discussion. And this is the furthest thing from fan talk. Everybody knows I'm a 49ers fan and I love Deebo, but we're having a discussion on business at this point. And when you talk about like what you could get for him and things of that nature, Deebo, you're doing if I'm the 49ers, and this is just being real. This isn't, I'm not trying to be petty or nothing like that, but you made a decision for what you thought was best for business for you. Now I'm going to need to make a decision that's best for business for me. And I'm not going to just give you away because you want to go away. And I understand, I get uncomfortable saying these things. I trust me, I do. But we have a contract, and I'm not going to just move on from that contract without getting what I want. And the reality of the situation is, regardless if you requesting a trade, you want to be traded, all this other stuff, you're under contract for another year. So if I don't get what I'm looking for in return this offseason, you still got to come to the 49ers. And if you don't want to report and you want to play hardball, you don't get paid. That's what you're staring in the face. So I would hope that people gave every worst case scenario. No, I'm not going to.
That's everyone. That is Herbert. That's everyone throwing their eggplant on the table right now.
But Damian, you did what's best for business, Deebo. I'm not going to take a third rounder and a sixth rounder just because you want to leave. I'm not going to do that. That's not best for me. I'm not winning if I'm the 49ers. I'm not going to be spiteful and say, give me 5 first round. I'm not going to, that's throwing your eggplant on the table, but I'm going to get what I feel is a fair compensation for this deal. And if I don't get it, I'm not going to settle just because you want to leave.
But your other option is, okay, I'm not going to settle, but at the end of the year, he's walking away for nothing. I mean, it's just a game of chicken. It's just it's a game of chicken. Like these, so it's difficult to say what would you do because we don't know the temperature of these conversations, right? We don't know, and this is. It's funny to me because it feels like right now, the most information we have is leaning towards. Yo, Deebo's the bad guy in all of this. The 49ers are trying to get this done, but Deebo's the bad guy. And so now the conversation is centered on, well, the 49ers fans are collectively Seth Rollins. Oh, my God! We're going with the chair shot in the back right now. We're beating down our brothers in the shield right here and joining the authority. Like we're like gravitating towards the team right now because of the little bit of information we have out there. We can't make heads or tails of this because we really don't know what's going on, right? We don't know what Deebo wants. There's little pieces of information out there that says, okay, this isn't about the money. You're telling me this is really about, and I don't know if this is the proper football term, this is about your usage rate? Really?
Right.
That's what this is. So it's like Schefter's report yesterday. It didn't add up until Darlington's report today. Now it makes sense. We're talking about the isn't rate. This isn't adding. This doesn't make sense.
Right.
There's some. Not only is there a part of the Deebo Samuel 49er story we don't know. For me, in the way my brain works, and perhaps it just doesn't work very well, there's a huge part of this story that we're missing. Because what we have 1 + 1 right now, we've got the number 5 over here, and all we got is 1 + 1, and that don't equal 5. We're missing something really, really important to this equation, and it is impossible for me to believe that it's a usage rate issue.
I understand that completely. I understand that, but do you? Like, because now it's when I just mentioned that, it turned into now everybody flexing. And it's not flex. Like, would it be better if Deebo's like, I'm not going to show up, I'm holding out. Well, we're going to try and trade you, and while we do that, we're going to pay you. Like, would that make it better? Would that make people feel better? Is that how these things work? No, they don't work.
I don't know what you mean.
Like, I'm saying, if you don't show up and we're not getting the trade that we want, you're not getting paid.
I understand that.
That's fine. Like, but that's not me flexing. That's not me eggplant.
No. But what I'm saying is, if you're not getting what you want, by the time week 1 comes around here, if you're general manager Kenny Caraway and you're not getting what you want, week 1 is rolling around and you're deciding, oh, he's not coming, you're not coming, fine, you're just not going to get paid. So ultimately what happens? You sit out for the season. Okay, you don't get paid for the season and you still don't get the 3rd round pick or the 6th round pick or whatever you thought he was worth. You get nothing. He just is gone. So that's the that's where everybody loses. That's like Deebo gets nothing out of that. Kyle Shanahan gets nothing out of that. John Lynch gets nothing out of that. The 49er fan, like nobody gets anything out of that.
I'm trying to find it because I want to credit the source, but they were 100% correct. We can take this as far as we need to. I can't find it. I'm sorry, whoever said it, or I got the franchise tag I can use, and I can make sure I get something.
Sure, but that doesn't mean you get anything.
Yeah, because if somebody signs them, you get the draft picks.
Oh, you get the consent. You're right.
So and then that lessens who might be one to sign. Like, these are the type of thing. This is what I talk about when I say maybe it's not bad advice. Maybe they're ready for all of this. But if I'm his agent and I'm not an agent, so I'm assuming that the agent prepared him for all of this. Like, if you go public with all this. Mm-hmm. Like, you better be prepared to, like, worst case scenario, I may have to sit out a year and a half and not get paid. You ready for that?
No, see that now that's crazy. Like that. Well, you're sitting out for a year and a half. Like, that's just horrible advice. I want to get back to the negotiation thing that you were mentioning in this public being business, but I want to get to the phones too. Obviously, a lot of people want to talk about this, and rightfully so, man. We're here for you. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on these phone lines. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. TC, what's happening?
What's up with my two brothers, man?
TC, we good, baby. What's up with you, man?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
we hear you just fine, baby.
Okay, for sure. So look, I mean, Kenny D'Lo, it goes back to what I was talking about a few weeks ago, bro, with Deebo, as far as like trading. He was talking about trading to the Jets and all that, and like the Diva situation. I mean, I understand dude's trying to get paid, he's trying to do this and that, but bro, like, it comes to a point to where if he doesn't want to be here, bro, it's like we have to trade the dude. You know what I'm saying? We got to get the best capital we can get from him and move on. It's not going to be the end of the world. We're not going to lose any sleep. The Niners will still be contenders next year with or without Deebo, in my opinion. So it's like, bro, let's just like move on. If dude's ready to move on. You're not down south in Southern California working out with Trey Lance. You telling him to come work out with you. Like, nothing's adding up with this dude, bro. It's not. So.
Okay.
I understand that, but at TZ, that's what I say. I'm gonna get the best value I can get. I'm not gonna settle, and whatever that means, that's what it means. You know what I'm saying?
Like a great philosopher Kenny Caraway once said, "Whatever it means, it means." That's solid right there. That was in a fortune cookie, wasn't it?
That was straight. That was a freestyle.
That was from the dome. Watch out.
Whatever it means is what it means. So if that means that we going into the season, and I didn't get the trade, all right,
yeah,
all right, that's cool. I'm moving on. Are you moving on? Are you okay with that, Deebo? Are you okay missing game checks? If you are, then cool. That's what that means. But I'm not going to sit up here and take a 4th rounder just because it's like, I want to do right by Deebo, and I got to make sure I get something. So let me take this 4th rounder and a future 5th. Mm-hmm. No, my price, if where I'm at is I want a first or a second in like 2/3. Well, okay, that's the price. That's the price.
Let's grab Chris. Chris, what's happening, bro? Appreciate you for holding.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, so I'm going along with a lot of everybody else. I don't have an issue paying the player. I think I looked it up one time, and I think they said the average NFL career is like 3.5 years or something like that.
Yeah.
My issue is this. You want to be traded? Fine. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with that. You don't want to be here? Fine. Because we're going to be 49er fans long after you retire. So it's all good. My issue is you coming out and making it public. And one thing no one's talking about, and I kind of agree with you, DC, what you said earlier, was most likely this is just a way of trying to get the contract signed. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, say he gets signed for $22 million, whatever, per year. Well, what happens if you come out next year, all right, and you play like a bum? You know what I'm saying? Like, you put pressure on yourself, all right, and I don't know, it just looks like it's a bad image. So
no, I mean, that's the risk of contracts, right? That's why NFL contracts are structured the way that they are, and that they're not real. You have easier outs than you do in basketball. Like, you sign a dude for a 5-year contract or a 4-year contract, and they come out year 1 and they're terrible. Come out year 2 and they get hurt. You're paying the 4 years whether you like it or not. But Chris brought up something, and it's what I wanted to get back to with you when you said, you feel like Deebo's getting bad advice, and this is when you ask for a trade, it becomes it's business. Like, we get that, it's business. And to me, when you ask for a trade, it almost feels like it's personal, right? When this type of stuff get out, that, like Chris just said, yeah, I have an issue with this becoming public. And that's, I understand that. That's the nature of the league, right? That's the nature of professional sports. This stuff is of interest. The 49ers feel like there's benefit to this getting public. I'm sure Deebo saw that report from Adam Schefter yesterday and thought, oh, okay. Because if you believe certain reports, again, we don't know what to make of all of this. But there is a report out there that the trade request was made over a week ago. Mm-hmm. So what happened yesterday that made Schefter speak on this on NFL Live?
His brother got nice on the keyboard. That's what happened.
So for those who aren't aware, there was I think it's the 49ers. God, I think it's like a Facebook page or something. Yeah. But it's some 49ers fan page. And yeah, it is in fact the Facebook page, which that's wild in and of itself. And
to the Black Planet, do they?
That would have made more sense. Facebook. Taekwon, Deebo's brother, said, "Don't worry, we asking for a trade." And he followed that with 2 crying, laughing emojis. And then he followed it up with, "He won't be a 49er," crying, laughing emoji. That's all that matters. And his brother followed that up with, the same brother followed that up with an IG story that said, "Y'all are funny. I have no idea what my brother's doing."
Too late, Taekwon. Yeah. Too late. Yeah. And this is the other aspect of it that I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that, and we know about it firsthand here in Sacramento. These guys got to tell their family and friends, chill.
Yeah.
Like, you messing up the business. This is business now.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And you messing up the business. Because to be honest with you, if all the reports are right that they known for a week, everybody was quiet.
Yeah.
The 49ers weren't saying nothing to Schefter.
We're going to get this fixed.
Nobody.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden the brother comes out.
Yep.
It's out there now. And now the 49ers have to save face and do what they got to do. Now it's become business.
Yep.
All right. We were handling this together, or we were working some things out. Now it's become business. And if I'm the 49ers, John, I'm not going to be out there like we trying to get rid of Deebo. That's not what we're trying to do. Mm-hmm. He want to be out of here.
I don't have an issue with Schefter mouthpiecing the 49ers yesterday, because I don't feel like there was anything egregious about it. Mm-hmm. In without context, by itself yesterday, it was weird. Mm-hmm. Why is this out there? Like, I didn't even see the stuff from that Facebook comments are so far under my radar. Like, that's just not something I'm riding with. So I had seen nothing about
I'm
that.
surprised that got out.
Right.
That?
Well, you know how that stuff goes. The Facebook comments become a screenshot that goes to Instagram, that becomes a second screenshot that goes to Twitter. Once it gets to Twitter, it circulates. Not that Facebook isn't massive, but I think a lot of sports news comes out through Twitter, and that's where it gets circulated a little bit more. So I saw Schefter's comments first, like, so Deebo just stopped negotiating with the 49ers willing to pay. Like, what is this? Like, okay, this feels weird. Then I saw Kyle Matson's report over on Niners Wire, and that's where he threw in the comments from the brother, and you start putting the pieces of this puzzle together. And I don't think the 49ers stepped over any line. I don't think they severed anything. I don't think they threw a gauntlet down with those remarks yesterday that went through Adam Schefter. I thought that was, hey, we're here. We want to get this done. And now it becomes a well, kind of like Chris was talking about a second ago on the phone. Now it becomes a thing where it feels like you have to pick sides.
Right.
We're either, if Kenny's gone full heel turn, he's like, we don't need Deebo. Kyle Shanahan will make another Deebo. He ain't nothing. He lucky he a 49er.
Don't listen to the media. That's not what I said.
My brain's a little foggy. You hit rewind. I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
I did say Kyle can find another player, but that don't mean get rid of Deebo. Find another player with Deebo. How about that?
Which well, and I guess that's worth bringing up too, because you spent a large chunk of this offseason talking about how this team needs another playmaker. And now, apparently, with the draft, I guess there is an immediacy to this with the draft coming up. The 49ers don't have a first-round pick. A question earlier, both in the chatty house and on the phone, was what could a trade for Deebo net the San Francisco 49ers? A first-round pick for a wide receiver? Like, yeah, sure, it's possible, but I guess it's also important to know and I still feel like this is a really big if, because it doesn't make sense to me. If usage rate is the issue, wide receiver Deebo Samuel, I don't know that gets you a first-round pick. Playmaker Deebo Samuel, maybe that's different. Maybe you start talking about, hey, man, if you're the Chicago Bears, this could open things up for Justin Fields a little bit. If you're, hell, any team in the league, this could open things up for my quarterback. This could open up things for my offense. If he's another big wide receiver target, okay. Not exactly. We'll give you a third-round pick for that.
Right.
Or a third this year and a third next year or something like that. I think the parameters of what Deebo wants to do is really, really important into any trade discussions over the course of the next, 7-8 days.
Yeah. Trade compensation. And remember, now that you're being traded, your need for a contract don't go away.
That's
you
right.
still ask for $20 million. So now it's got to be a team that has the necessary trade proposal that will fit for the 49ers and has the money to give you. I don't think that he wants Tyreek and Devontae money, but I do think he wants $20+ million a year. So now that team's got to be willing to give you $20+ million a year.
That's right. You asked, you said that, do they have the money to give it to you? Do they also have the willingness to give you that money? And I'm trying, and now that you talk about Shanahan, my brain is trying to scan coaches. I'm trying to figure out who can get the most out of.
You get like a Andy Reid, somebody like that.
Sure.
But they already said they weren't paying Tyreek Hill. Maybe they would have paid Tyreek 20. Not there. I don't know. You know what I mean? But you got guys like that. Bill Belichick would be somebody in New England, but Bill Belichick routinely don't spend no money. And I thought this year they didn't even have any money. That's why they let J.C. Jackson go.
So that I think you inadvertently just made a really interesting point.
Oh no, it was certainly.
Hey Siri, is certainly a word? She's not talking to me. She probably doesn't. It's probably responded in some home pod downstairs. If Andy Reid, we keep looking at what guys got, like Tyreek Hill, the money that he got from, was it Miami? Okay, well, what about the fact that Andy Reid said no? Maybe that's a bigger story than Miami saying yes, is the fact that Andy Reid said no. We're talking about what Devontae Adams got and what Tyreek Hill got. Maybe Kyle Shanahan is looking at like Matt LaFleur, and the Devontae Adams situation was a little bit different, but Matt LaFleur and Andy Reid, two winning organizations, just let these guys walk. Why should I pay? Again, this is just all speculation. Why should I pay to my wide receiver what these two winning coaches in winning organizations weren't willing to do?
All right. Yeah.
You stumbled. You vertically stumbled on something right there.
That's exactly where I was going the whole time. But yeah, I
don't believe you.
No, absolutely. Now, I would love for this to work out. And
hey, hold that thought. Can you hold that thought?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like right there. Is Butch next?
Yes.
Okay. Butcher boy Joe Shasky joins us next here. We'll continue this conversation. We will get to basketball. We'll talk about Devin Booker and his perhaps lack of availability moving forward. We'll talk Luka Doncic, some Ben Simmons news. We'll talk De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis as well. We got James Ham coming up. Lots more ahead here on D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Good stuff right there. Deebo receivers.
I think he's on phone.
I sent him the link. He didn't say, "Hey, stupid, I can't do this." He didn't say, "Hey, I'll see you soon."
I'll text him right now.
I need to create an app. I need somebody to help me create an app that just integrates Black-owned clothing designers. You know how hard that is to find?
Didn't we almost have an app like that?
Well, we have the Build Black app.
Wow. That's kind of, is that just local or just?
No, it requires people to sign up, right? Like, so you have to sign your business up. It's harder to, it's not like someone's integrating and saying, "Hey, here's a Black-owned clothing." Like there's this company called it's Black Paris. I was like, oh,
it sounds fresh.
It's dope. Oh, it's dope. I'm gonna load up.
Fresh.
It's a very nice white designer. I was expecting something else. He's a great designer. These clothes are legit. You gonna see me in these.
Fresh, but
you're gonna see me in these. But yeah, not what I expected. And then you know every time I've been able to find some, but they're all like high end designer. Like, man, I'm not wearing $445 hoodies and $120 t-shirts. Like, man, not my job, not my bank account. Ain't for me.
No, we'll just
cold world.
We'll hand it over to Trent Williams.
Cold world. Deebo did have the bump box. That is accurate.
Yeah, I'm 50-50 on what happens. 50-50. No, we ain't trading to KC. I do mean it when now that maybe this is just a petty thing. You're not you're not going to Kansas City. You're not going to Green Bay. You're not going, no. Huh? Playing who? Oh. Stop. They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
They offered him more money?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, the Packers offered him more. He wanted to go to. He just wanted out.
He just wanted to go to Vegas. I never saw the report that they offered him more money. It's bringing him, man. Yeah, he had been long talking about going to Vegas. You're good, Butch. Take your time.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Are we on a break?
Yeah, we good. We good.
you think about my new gym bag, bro?
Hey man,
It's nice.
Huh?
Wow.
Little O
Is that
Club
Versace?
status? Hell no.
Louis Vuitton?
Look like
I got into the Olympic Club here in the city, and they had one of these little overnight bags, and I was like, you know what? The boy's going to upgrade.
A weekender is underrated.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, all I had was the big duffel, which I love my big duffel. My wife was like, go ahead, spend yourself a little something on one of those nice ones. I said, okay.
Yeah, what she was saying was, go ahead, be an adult.
Yeah.
Get a bag.
Yeah.
Well,
So you don't embarrass me in every hotel we walk into.
Well, it's not just that. I just bought a little place up the Russian River. The Russian River is like my second home, right? So we just bought a little bought a little cabin up there, and we've been going back. I mean, bro, back and forth. It's just outside of Santa Rosa. It's the
Sorry, Butch, we're coming back. Hang on.
My bad.
Live on the Odyssey app. That's the best way to listen to us. Great way to watch the show and interact with the show. That's on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And you can see one of the hosts of the top morning show in San Francisco, man, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, the morning roast. He was just showing off his new weekender bag that he's got, looking sharp, looking like $1 million. And we're gonna need that $1 million. Apparently, we're gonna have to collect something here. Like, what? Let's get your take. We've been on this far longer than I thought. We've been talking about Deebo all day. Curious. I mean, I wish I was a better journalist so I could frame the question better. But what do you think? Like, what do you think this is all about?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Look,
that's all we're doing right now is guessing.
Here's what I do know. All right, and just the way I run business. Okay. Are you seeing what's happening with the Oakland A's? When they're the most successful team in the Bay Area. When we just rank who's been to the playoffs the most over the last 20 years, they have. But what they've done is systematically destroy and trade away all of the players that people become attached to. Is this about winning? Absolutely. But it's also about emotional attachment to certain players. And that's kind of where I'm at today, because I look at Warriors, I look at the San Francisco Giants, two other teams in this particular market. Both are kind of outliers in the player empowerment era, where all these guys are bouncing around. They're all free agents. And they've got three guys on both teams that they celebrated in the last 24 months having 10 years or more tenure with one club. It's such an outlier, and I think it's very unique to the Bay Area. We love our own. We like it when you were drafted here, and we saw you come up, and we saw you struggle as we celebrate Jordan Poole, it feels like now, with the Warriors, more so than we even did the assassin that was Kevin Durant. And we know KD, on the hierarchy, much better, more accomplished basketball player, but we never loved him the way we're loving JP. And where I'm going at with this is the Niners better be careful. They traded away DeForest Buckner, and now we don't know what's happening with Deebo Samuel. And you better win. If you're going to be the team that operates like the Patriots, you better win like the Patriots. And for as much as the Patriots did winning, they also extended very key players, Stephon Gilmore, Wes Welker, Edelman, Gronkowski. So I think that both sides, Deebo, if he wants a little extra money, if he feels slighted, whatever it is, the 49ers, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, because I think that they are a match made in heaven, and I have a feeling this is going to end very bad for both sides.
Well, the interesting thing about this, Joe, is, and I want to know what you make of this, is it seems like it started with Deebo's brother with his comment on Facebook, and the 49ers, from everything that we can tell, they didn't let that ride. Like, they went to Schefter and said, look, make it perfectly clear. We will pay him any day of the week. Like, this ain't about us not paying him. They wanted to get that message out clearly. We will pay him. He just don't want to talk to us. What do you make of that whole dynamic? Because I understand exactly what you're saying, and you're right, but it doesn't. Well, he may want 30, and they're willing to give him 20. Like, yeah, there's that, but it's not. It sounds as if the 49ers aren't saying we're just going to lowball him and not give him no money. We're willing to work. He just don't want to talk to us right now.
I don't know what's going on with Deebo Samuel. I mean, look, young black athlete playing wide receiver. What's everyone going to say? He's a diva. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him right now. I do know this. The standard operating practice for NFL players and young players in sports now, they do things via social media. I'm going to unfollow you. I'm going to scrub my account of all of the different 49er garb. Like Kyler Murray's doing it right now. AJ Brown's doing this right now. He's also represented by the same guy that Deebo Samuel is being represented by. Do I love it? No, I'm an older white guy. I like the old school way of meet me in the middle. I'll show up and work. I'll keep grinding and I want to be here long term. But that's not how these young athletes view it. And if you're Deebo Samuel, you play a physical brand of football that does have an expiration date on it. And if I'm looking over at Ezekiel Elliott and guys that play in a physical match, it does not end well in the NFL. I mean, it is not for long for a reason. But his counterparts, George Kittle and Fred Warner, they showed up to these particular team activities, and then they got broken off, right? They got broken off, top dollar at that position. So I don't know if this is the Niners are being just, they have a threshold and it's slightly above their threshold. I don't know if Deebo is just saying, hey, I feel disrespected by the initial offer. Maybe he just simply doesn't want to play here. Where does Jimmy Garoppolo factor into all of this? I don't know what to make of this. I'll tell you this. They need a consigliere. They need somebody who could take a deep breath, get everyone together at the table and say, guys, look, we're all better off with each other. All right. I know we're a couple million off. You might feel slighted. They need somebody, and this is John Lynch's role, to step in and get all the parties involved to break bread at one table. And I think the longer this lasts, the more I'm worried this is going to end in him being traded.
Do you think this is a usage rate issue? Do you think this is he's the 49ers want him to do too much? You mentioned Ezekiel Elliott. He's obviously a workhorse for the Dallas Cowboys. Hasn't been really. He's been fine, but certainly hasn't lived up to that contract they signed him to. That's the nature of an everyday running back, though. That position has been so just destroyed over the years because of contracts like Ezekiel Elliott and owners and general managers taking the stance like, yeah, we can't overpay for a running back. We can't do that anymore. Now the conversation is, well, look at Saquon Barkley. You can't even draft a running back high anymore. With this, Deebo is it's a stretch to even call him a part-time running back.
He's a football player.
He dabbles in the running back position. Like Kenny and I are radio hosts. We dabble in television. We ain't getting worn out on the TV screen. No, we just that's what I feel like Deebo is. And I feel like the conversation about him not wanting to be that wide receiver running back combo, that doesn't make sense to me.
I don't even know if that's his gripe. I really don't. Even if it is his gripe, okay, let's just say it is. All right, let's look at wide receiver comps. When you buy a house, right, you got your mortgage and the bank's going to say, hey, show me the appraisal. I want to see all the comps. Okay, first 3 years in the league. That's where he's at, 3 years in. His numbers are better than Devontae Adams. Better. And that's with a Hall of Fame quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. 3 years in, okay, his numbers line up with Tyreek Hill's 3 years in. Both of those guys saw a big bump up from about $700,000 in year 3 to 16, 18 million for Devontae in year 4. And then Hill went to 7 and then 18 million in subsequent years, year 4 and year 5. He wants to be paid comparable to what those guys are. And when people say, hey, you're also a running back, I think he thinks that takes a little off top. And if I'm him, I'm looking around, I'm saying, the only reason I'm a running back is because of this mediocre quarterback he got under center who can't throw the ball 10 yards down the field. So to me, there's 17 variables at play here. But if I just look at the comps, production value, okay, his numbers stack up. Now, Devontae and Tyreek are in contract number 3. He's looking for contract number 2. I do think that matters in their resume. Their body of work is more comprehensive. No one's doubting that. But when you see what Christian Kirk got, how can you not want more? I think that
everything off right.
And
there.
I think that kind of screws things up. And then the other thing is this: I don't know what to make of the Jimmy G money, guys. I've seen half the experts say salary cap matters. Jimmy's money is precluding them from doing things in free agency and extending their own. I've also seen experts say it is irrelevant. So I don't know what to make of the money. I'll tell you this. Jimmy G needs to get off this roster. If Jimmy G is here, whether real or not, week 1 and Deebo is not, this 49er fan is going to be devastated because that player right there was the best player on the field for the Niners 3 weeks in a row, giving his heart and soul in the playoffs. He's a winning football player stud. You need to reward those guys, man.
I agree with you 100%. I've had a long, lengthy discussion at the start of the show about the whole Deebo Samuel situation, and it's complex. And it's complex for a guy like me who is a fan of the 49ers, and I love Deebo. I love everything that he brought to the table his 3 years here, and especially last year, being the leader of that team towards down the stretch. But when you talk about the complexity of this situation, now you take the fan hat off a little bit, and you put on the journalist side, and you look at all sides. The 49ers, they got to be looking at this situation as well as, look, Deebo, we want you here. We're trying to pay you. If you just, hell-bent on not being here, we understand that you're doing what's best for Deebo Samuels. That's cool. We have to do what's best for the 49ers. And if that means that doesn't mean, in this trade situation, let's take care of, they like to do this a lot, right? Let's make sure he has a nice landing spot and make sure that, he's taken care of, because that's the type of organization we are. No, I need absolutely the best compensation that I can get for Deebo Samuels, and I need it to work for me. Maybe this is just a personal thing. Yeah. I need it to work for me. So guess what? If the Packers and the Lions are offering the same thing, you're not going to Green Bay, Deebo. You're going to Detroit. And this is what you called for. You called for business, and now we're going to have business. And like I said, I want Deebo here. I want this to all work out. And I kind of think that it might all work out. But,
I hope.
But at the same time, I do understand where the 49ers may be coming from in this situation as well.
You guys are Kings fans. You understand this. It's hard to draft. It's hard to identify the right player.
Impossible here.
It's hard. It's hard to identify the right guy, bring him in, have great value, great production, nurture that into a stud. It's so hard. It's so hard. The Niners hit not one, but 2 grand slams in 2019. Okay. If it was so easy to just trade away and replace and get guys, believe me, more teams would operate that way. When you draft someone second round that high, you pray to God they're as impactful as what Deebo Samuel is. How they have not figured this thing out and realized the relationship status and know your personnel and know what his ballpark number was. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Did Deebo just go crazy on them? I don't know. But guys, I'll say this.
Bad advice.
I'll say that he might be. That totally might be the case. Here's what I would say. It's bad business for you to trot your second-year quarterback out making $7.7 million and penny pinch over $1 million or $2 million or $3 million or whatever happened, whether it's a relationship or not. It's bad business for him to lose the top weapon in the NFC arguably last year. That's just bad. When you have a young rookie quarterback on a controllable scale, you are adding, not taking away. You're adding DeAndre Hopkins to Kyler Murray. You're adding guys, these weapons around Jared Goff making no money. When these guys start making money like Mahomes is now, that's when I can be discerning and trade away a Tyreek Hill. Not when a guy's making $7.7 million. So to me, this would be quarterback suicide. I'm taking away a weapon for my player, Trey Lance, who I like, but I have no idea what he is. Like, everyone around the league would just say team building 101. That's a risky play. That's just a really risky play. And then just look at their history in drafts. I mean, for every Deebo, there's five Dante Pettises. That's just the reality.
I'll push back a little bit, Butch. I've been a one-man wolf pack with this. I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan is drafted better than they get credit for. Because you look at this team that went to the Super Bowl, this team that went to the NFC Championship last year, these are all pretty much all homegrown guys outside of Trent Williams and maybe a player here or there. All these guys are homegrown. They drafted all of these guys. And they have this weird thing of, for the most part, they miss the high guys, but they nail it for round 4 and below. Like they find all pros damn near at 4 and below. So I think they're better drafters than people give it credit for. I'm not saying that you just go find another Deebo, because Deebo's a one of one, but you can go find another high quality player in that draft. They've proven that. They've proven they can find more players.
Kenny, their hit rate is really good. It's probably somewhere between 33 and 42%, because I was doing the math, right? Like, what's their just overall draft hit rate? 33 to 42%. I mean, you're still running the gamut here. And as look, if you get back a first rounder, okay, think about what they did with DeForest Buckner. DeForest was an all-pro player. All right. They were like, we're going to get the best D tackle in the draft. How's that worked out?
Mm.
I mean, how's that worked out with Javon Kinlaw? It sounds good. It looks good on the spreadsheet. And then when you watch the guy play, there's a precipitous drop-off between Javon Kinlaw and his availability and what DeForest Buckner is. So, look, it sounds great. I'm just saying it's so much harder to actually go out and execute and do. I mean, look at last year's draft. We barely saw Trey Lance. Banks, the kid Banks, they took in the second round, didn't see at all year. Trey Sermon, I saw him for a cup of tea, and I was like, this kid cannot play right now. Now, Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round was a great value find. But I'm saying, like, it's just drafting is hard. And yes, the irony is they're probably in the upper echelon in terms of hit rate. And even then, the hit rate's not that great. This is a tough needle to thread is where I'm going at with this.
Absolutely.
I'm not in the business of surrendering really, really good players unless I absolutely have to. The Rams would, if you traded Deebo, the Rams would be like, thank God you moved Deebo Samuel. Now we can breathe offensively.
Mm-hmm. I'm not into draft picks. Like, I'm just not in any league. Like, give me the player. Keep the picks.
I'm 100% with you. I'm like, and look, the Rams strategy is a genius one. They've amortized all of their money that they've paid over all these guys 4 years down the line. They have no draft picks, yet they win. Like, the proof is in the pudding. They win, and you're inches away from winning. Why are you going to remove one of those guys from the equation in Deebo Samuel, who the 2 best players on the other team walked over and consoled, crying on one knee because he gave his heart, blood, sweat, and tears to this team? And I'm passionate because I love the player. He embodies what it means to be a football player. And so I don't know what happened here. They need a consigliere to step in and get everybody on the same page.
How much of Deebo is Kyle Shanahan?
It's a great question. It's a great question because here's the thing. Deebo is spectacular, and there are certain things that Kyle does that put him in a position to make plays. Pierre Garçon was in a position to make a lot of plays. How many plays did he make? Okay. Dante Pettis, how many plays did he make? All right. Brandon Ayuk, who was in the doghouse, who I actually like. I mean, how many plays has he been in position to make plays? Like, at some level, he can open the door. You got to jam your foot in there and make a play. And last year, just watch the highlight package, guys. It's Deebo on a smoke screen, like breaking 5 tackles and then housing it from 45 yards out. Like, if it was that easy, they'd be throwing that to Jawan Jennings. They'd be throwing that when they had Jeremy Curley as the number 1 wideout, they would have done that. So, like, yes, I think scheme absolutely factors into it. But this is a situation like Jerry Rice fit Bill Walsh's scheme brilliantly. I'm not saying he's Jerry Rice. Deebo fits Kyle Shanahan's system brilliantly. Like, this is one of those rare situations. You guys are better off together. Like, can't you see that? Yeah. Like, Deebo, go to the Jets. What's going to happen to you, bud? Like, come on.
Same thing that happened to Le'Veon Bell.
Come on. Like, Seneca Wallace was great in Pittsburgh. We all agree. Or Mike Wallace, excuse me. He goes to Miami. He was on a milk carton. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain guys. Plaxico comes to mind. He was better in Pittsburgh, you know? So, I don't know. This is a rare situation where, like, the grass isn't always greener. Both sides. This is not the Niners, not just Deebo. Both of them realize you're better off together.
It's the perfect marriage, man, and they need to figure that out. And to be honest with you, Butch, this is where I come back to a little bit. Maybe I'm in denial, but as far as I know, these guys haven't even really talked. Like, there hasn't been no negotiation. Kyle hasn't talked to Deebo. Deebo hasn't talked to, like, these are, I don't want to say hearsay because, you know, they're getting some type of word from, you know, 49er brass from somebody. It's getting to the agent, it's all that. But these guys haven't sat down and had conversations from what I can tell. And I do believe when you talk about that middleman, that guy that, you know, kind of says, hey, we need to figure this out.
The old uncle.
Yeah. I think in this particular case, it'll be, John Lynch knows it too. I think John Lynch knows it, but I think it'll be Kyle. I think Kyle will be like, John, I don't ask you for a lot. Like, I give you your way a lot of the times. Let's figure this out. And Kyle will talk to Deebo and be like, Deebo, you're my guy. You know we got love for each other. You asked for the ball. I gave you the ball in the playoff. We're good. Let's figure this out, man. I feel like Deebo's a little emotional. Like, I do feel like he's a little emotional, and maybe the emotions and everything got the best of some of the stuff that he heard. But I do think they'll figure this out.
Well, and here's the other thing. Like, there's the agent element, right? Like, I don't want to dismiss that. The agent is also representing DK and AJ Brown. And it's kind of like a good, the bad, the ugly kind of standoff where all of them are looking at each other like, who's going to take the bag first? Because I want $1 more, right? Like that's what they're all doing right now.
Yep.
So to
Yep.
me in this one, there's a conflict of interest clearly by the agent. And I don't agree with the tactics. Like I've always been a person, if I want to be with you, I'm going to sit down and I want to squeeze you for as much as I can. But at the same time, I want to be able to look you in the eye every single day that I'm going into work and not feel like I robbed you blind. Like if you work in any environment, and I know sports is so different, don't you want to like, hey, we both left a little on the table and we both feel comfortable. We both feel good, but like I want an amicable working relationship moving forward. This feels so much like the TO thing.
Give me my money. I don't give a damn if you don't say hi to me at the coffee machine. Give me my damn money.
But Damian, how can the guy who literally ran over to Kyle and said, give me the ball on third and whatever it was in Dallas and was like, I'm going to score a touchdown. And Kyle was like, you know what? I'm going to give him the ball. And then they do that. And you're the coach sitting there. I mean, Casey, you've been on the sideline. There are certain players that you just know, like that guy made that play. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's when I watch Deebo, it's 3rd and 7. They're in Green Bay. They can't move the ball. It's snowing. The guy's got blood just dripping down his elbow. And he gets a first down when the entire stadium knows that he's getting the ball. Yeah. He's an unbelievable football player. Here's the other element. It changes the tenor of your offense. He is so physical and so unique as a Swiss Army knife. You're losing a dynamic on this team. Like if you take Derrick Henry away from the Titans.
That's why this doesn't make sense, man. That's why none of this
sorry,
makes sense.
I'm passionate. I'm losing my mind. It really, I love the players so much. My dad called me and was like, they cannot lose Deebo. Like they can't. And the amount of people that are fans that watch that season that guy had that are so ready to go bye-bye, it kind of makes me sick. Like, I'm not saying I justify.
Stop it.
It's Kenny.
Well, I get the business, but like, I just watched this dude have a historic 49er season and then do things in the playoffs that this team they had no business winning 3 road games the way they did. No business. It's because of him, like in other guys, but in large part because of him. So part of it. I just want to see him get rewarded. And on top of that, like it's bad business to remove players I'm emotionally attached to over and over again. Not that they've done it. They did it with Buck, but that becomes a pattern. That's not good for your fan base, man.
Yeah. I think I do believe they'll all come together and they'll figure out what's best for business for everybody. This is best for Deebo's career to be here in San Francisco. It's best for Kyle Shanahan's career to have a guy like Deebo Samuel.
Absolutely.
It's best for John Lynch. It's
Trey Lance.
For Trey Lance. It's best for everybody involved to make sure that he stays here at all costs. And I think they'll figure it out.
Well,
I'm holding on hope still.
They have to. And look, if he doesn't want to play running back, like, guess what? Okay, fine. Like, we'll figure that out. Like, I know you increase your value or whatever. I kind of want to see him play just receiver too. Like, maybe he only busted out in the playoffs in certain situations. It doesn't have to be he only had 330 yards rushing last year in the regular season, 550 total in his career. Like, balance it out to where you're not using them until December 24th. Like we bust this Christmas package open for the playoffs, and that's all we use it as. So, man, they just got to figure it out. You don't let good players walk out of the building.
Doesn't add up, Butch. Doesn't make sense.
Something's off, man.
The information we have right now, it doesn't make sense. There's a big the answer to the question is 5, and all we got is 1 + 1. We're missing something.
I don't get it. He's in Miami. This is the other element. He's in Miami, right? He's in Miami, and he's doing whatever. He's scrubbing his Instagram, but he's not working out with Trey Lance, right? Now, they can pick up the rapport and everything, but like, to me, the whole organization should be about how do we get Trey Lance to be the best version of himself running day one, and that's working with all of his weapons. Kittle, Ayuk, Jennings, Deebo, they all should be at Camp Trey, wherever the heck they are in LA, just throwing the ball. Like, that's what Brady would be doing, right? And I can't stand Brady anymore, but like, that's what he would be doing. And that's what I want to see young Trey do. And I'm seeing it with Ayuk, but I'm not seeing Deebo there. And I don't blame Deebo for not being there.
Yeah.
But Brady trying to get to Miami with Deebo. He trying to figure out how he can get down there.
Fellas. Yeah. Brady is clearly like sucking the blood of children or something. Like, how does he look younger than what he is now? Like, what is going on? What is the 30 for 30 doc that we're going to hear 20 years from now? And you know, we're all going to say, I knew it was something. Like, he is on some blood doping something or other, right? Like, how does he look younger?
Money. He wasn't chubby and ugly when he was drafted. He was broke.
Yeah.
Now he's got money, man. Money's a game changer. You become significantly more handsome once you get a couple bucks in your pocket and you buy $300 face cream.
Like people say sometimes, you're not ugly, you're just broke.
That's it. That's facts.
Well,
That's facts.
you're not creative and eccentric. You're broke. Like that's what they would say about George Lucas. You know, he's a weirdo. No. He's filthy rich, so he's eccentric.
Yeah, that's it. That's 100% it.
Sorry,
Butch,
guys.
we
I'm
appreciate
crazy
you.
about Deebo. I love this player. I'm emotionally attached, and it just makes me sick, man.
Yeah.
We'll see if they get it figured out, man. It's clear we don't have all of the information, but you both think we haven't hit the point of no return. This can get worked out.
I do.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Like I put my finger in the air of the wind. I don't know which direction it's going, guys. It's a swirl, right? You know, it's one of those fly balls. I've been turned around 3 or 4 times. I don't know what to expect. I really don't.
It can and it will get done.
I'm hope.
I'm open, but I think it will get done. I think the necessary parties will sit down and talk like men, and they'll talk face to face and look each other in the eye, and I think they'll figure something out.
I hope. I sure hope. Now, you guys
top-rated morning show host in the Bay Area right here. It's Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls. We'll dive into the NBA as well. Lots more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're clear, guys. We're clear.
Butch, man.
Great stuff, Butch. Yeah, thanks for jumping on short notice.
Am I an insane person? I mean, yes, but
I love it.
Okay. I swear to God, he's my dad's favorite player. My dad, we went to LA all the whole time. Just give it to Deebo. Just give it to Deebo. Look at Deebo's gassed. You got to run the ball here. Let him catch his breath and then get him the ball again. Like my dad's favorite player is Deebo Samuel. And all he keeps saying all offseason, Jimmy let Deebo down. Jimmy let Deebo down. The guy plays the brand of football that you got to appreciate.
Yeah,
I mean, you just got to.
I love Deebo. I love Deebo. Like I said, maybe it's just a blind hope on my end, but I think they'll get it. They'll get it done.
I hope,
and I hope they do, because I don't. As much as I talk the business of football and understanding both sides, I don't want Deebo to go nowhere. No. I don't want him to go anywhere. I need that 19 red jersey to be in stock for 5, 6, 7 years to come. Man, come on, now.
Get a discount now.
No, I don't want that one. I don't want that one.
Throwback.
I want to know what Kenny's dribbling routine is in that backyard, because your boy's been doing it's called Dr. Drill, where you shoot it and it kicks the ball back to you.
Yeah.
It's the most incredible workout of all time.
Wait a minute. You got Dr. Drill or Dr. Did?
No, Dr. Drill. It's like this big net under the hoop at the O Club where you shoot it in and it kicks the ball back to you.
Doing? I mean, we got a shooting gun. That's what we're doing, Rich.
Bro,
that's what we have.
The only problem with it shoots.
I don't think he meant in his backyard.
No, not in my backyard. It's at the club. I'm working out. I'm telling you, it has changed your boy's jumper. It is like
getting it over that net will help with the arc.
Oh, bro, I'm trying to work on my lefty floater. That's what I'm working. I'm trying to get that JP lefty floater. Boys, have a great one. Honestly, I'm proud of your guys' success. Keep rocking them. You guys are killing it.
My man.
Tell Fonte he's a bum. Bye, boys.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks, man. What's your boy? Good stuff. Oh, man. Yeah, I didn't think so either.
It's a fascinating situation, though.
It is. It's a bitch when you spend 4 hours trying to lay out a show, and then an hour before the show starts, you literally tear the whole thing up. Like, this was the first time I ever had to delete the rundown. Like, I had to open a new one, copy and paste everything over, and then delete the old one. Yeah. At least we're not stupid enough to air baseball in the middle of the day. Let's put Oakland A's baseball on. That'll really put some butts in the seats.
This is a funny tweet. I get a kick out of this. Just a random guy. Deebo is the first wide receiver in the history of football to demand less touches.
That is funny.
Don't give me the ball.
Just a quick note, because I don't know why. Ramsey, you can fucking leave, bro. Like, you don't have to be here. Like, I don't know why you're a dick about everything we do, man. You can leave. You don't have to be here. If there's a gun to your head, shoot us a message, man. We'll send someone to help. Damn, man. He's like the biggest supporter and the biggest hater of the show all at the same time. It's fascinating. He's the dude who's here every day, but seems to hate everything we do. Fuck, you want to talk about the Falcons? Is that what you give you that? You bet you want to talk about the Falcons? That sorry ass team for the next 2 hours.
We talking about hockey, and we're not talking about baseball for an hour and 45 minutes. As much as I love baseball,
God, man, I don't
you know,
get it.
yesterday, Damien,
Jesus,
I actually pulled the trigger. I got the MLB.TV package. I did.
Dude, why didn't you just set your money on fire? Why didn't you just put a fire pit? What are you doing?
Bro, day baseball, Sunday mornings, Friday nights. Come on, man. Come on.
Dude, that is incredible. Look,
hey man, come
look,
on, man.
King Boss,
for your buck.
why don't you go get center court too? What's it called? Center ice? Why don't you go get the center ice package? You and Ramsey can live stream with each other. Kenny, y'all wouldn't believe this. Kenny literally just told us he burned money yesterday. He just went into his backyard on his basketball court and threw it. Come on, tell us. How much was it? How much was it?
$20 a month.
For how many months?
I don't know. What, 5 months?
Oh my God. This dude ordered the MLB.TV package.
Yeah, man. Got to.
Oh
man.
my
Got to.
God. For what? Why?
You get bang for your buck. You get games, like I said, day baseball every day.
Oh, bro.
Day baseball every day. Then you get, I got my Friday nights. I like to watch my West Coast baseball. Sunday mornings, I get to watch what I want. Those days alone.
I cannot believe you spent $100 on the MLB package.
Hey, this is a bang for your buck. The MLB package.
You watching the Royals versus the White Sox?
If it's on.
Did you get center ice too?
No.
Did you order that?
Didn't get center ice.
Did you order that package that gets you college basketball games? Or you probably would. I don't even know why.
Well, that's ESPN.
Boy, the cable company, man, that cable company must love you. Send this dude an ad. He gonna buy this.
No. You cut the middleman out. You don't get that from the cable. Now, here's the other thing. Cable company, you're locked in. MLB.TV, I can cancel at any time. So I can go through this thing for a month. I'm not really using it like I did. Cancel. Now, if I got that through the cable company, that would actually be stupid because you're locked into their little price once you get it. That's a bad job. But yeah,
dude, you better try to expense that. You better turn that into PDX and say, "Yo, this is."
Well, I mean, you don't think that's why I said, "What the hell?"
Just making sure.
You didn't think that didn't factor in? I'm working. What you want me to do? I'm working.
Man.
Speaking of, you said the college hoops package and all this other stuff. I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy. That's a blast from the past. It's a good one. That was
brought up the package. Had to run it.
Need to leave the board. That's a classic. Hey man, you ready to go to Sac State basketball games? You might be popping next year. This guy getting people from all over the country.
It sounds like it's going to be the place to be. It sounds like it's going to be the place
to be. Sac State make the tournament before Kings make the playoffs.
Man,
I might be hedging that bet towards Sac State. Boy, David Patrick out there making moves.
He the talk of the town, man. He is
and
the
Jeff
talk
Goodman
of the
just
town.
follows his every move. So that's a good sign. Jeff Goodman out there. He live tweeting every move David Patrick make.
Man, imagine that. Jeff Goodman tweeting moves that Sac State basketball is making. We are the epicenter of basketball here in the United States of America.
Look, that'd be all bad for Vivek. If Sac State is out here cooking before you.
Yep.
Like, bro.
That'd be all bad.
Come on, man.
That'd be all bad. Well, I guess we can shift our attention towards basketball. Much to the delight of Ramsey. Ramsey, we're doing this for you. We'll shift our attention to basketball. I guess we got to start with Devin Booker. you noted this earlier, kind of teased this, so we should probably jump into it. Devin Booker likely not going to play games 3 and 4. His hamstring was being evaluated today. I don't think a diagnosis, if you will, came out about his hamstring. It just I told you my biggest concern coming out of that was the way he reacted. He jumped, looked like a chase down block, kind of landed in the tunnel, turned around, looked straight to the bench, just kind of had that damn it look on my face, that look on his face, put his hand up and called for the sub, and that was it. And they were down 1 at that point. Well, the basket was made, so they were down 1, missed on the chase down block. They went down 3. I think it was 77-74. And I mean, credit to the Pelicans, took advantage, pulled away, got the win there. But man, this looks tough for Phoenix going forward with no Devin Booker.
It's a series changer, it's a game changer, man, because I think fully healthy, the Suns would take care of business, even if it wasn't a sweep. They could have lost yesterday with Devin Booker because they had 31 at the half. They were still only up by like 5. You know what I mean? So they could have lost yesterday, but I didn't think they were in any danger of losing the series. I'm not saying they will lose the series, but there's a little bit of concern with no Devin Booker because I'm gonna tell you straight up, they're deep enough, they're talented enough to be able to withstand it for a couple of games. But like we mentioned earlier, that just because he's ready to play again doesn't mean it's 100%. That hamstring is not going to be 100% probably all playoffs. And even when he comes back, there's going to be an element of trying to make sure he doesn't re-aggravate that. Like that's something that's going to be in the back of his mind for the rest of the playoffs. So there's that. But this series particular, even before the injury to Devin Booker, I want to ask you, because I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it. Did New Orleans have the best player in the series?
No. I feel you. I understand. Ingram is he might be having a moment. Like he might be having a moment right now where it's like, whoo, look at Brent. I'll tell you that Pelicans team as a whole had a moment for me yesterday that we'll get into, because it was funny. In the Suns, won game 1. Valanciunas had like 25 rebounds. He had like 13 offensive rebounds or something absurd like that in game 1, and followed it up with 13 yesterday. But I think it's a very, very fair question, and the answer might now be yes. They do. It's hard to see what Chris Paul did in that fourth quarter and not think that he's the best player in this series, in the fourth quarter of game 1, excuse me. It's hard to see what Devin Booker did in that first half and not think that he's the best player in this series. But when you look at Brandon Ingram's 2 games, even, Brandon Ingram's, little run dating back to the playing games, and I think he's having a moment.
Yeah, man.
Encompass this whole postseason. He's having a moment right now.
And one of the things that you get, at least from me, from NBA playoffs is this is where inside the NBA shines, right? Like it's just seamless playoff game. I want to hear more about it. I'm watching inside the NBA, and they were dropping more nuggets last night. Charles dropped a nugget talking about Chris Paul, and he's like, look, Chris Paul is still a great ball player, but as you get older, one of the things that goes is the ability to rise to that occasion night in and night out. Right. So we talk about the fourth quarter he had in game 1. It seemed like he tried to channel that in game 2, wasn't able to do it.
Yeah.
And that's something that you got to worry about throughout the playoffs. And now without a Devin Booker, you got to worry about that as well. Chris Paul, he may be good for one dominant performance in the 2 games in New Orleans. And you got to hope that the others pick up their game, the Michael Bridges, DeAndre Ayton, Cam Johnson.
And that's what they're going to have to have.
They open it up, because even if he gives you that great performance, if the others aren't stepping up, might not be enough. This series without Devin Booker, in my opinion, is absolutely changed. It's the Suns, I'll say it, they could be in danger. without Booker. He's
That's
that
fair.
good. And Ingram is playing that well. McCollum is playing that well. Valanciunas, like you mentioned, is playing that well. And now you got these 2 games on the road. They could be in trouble.
I think that's a completely fair sentiment. I still think Phoenix, and we talked about this yesterday, having one of the best starting 5s, if not the best starting 5 in the entire league. But there's an interesting dynamic when Devin Booker is taken out, because now you need more scoring. And is that scoring going to come from Chris Paul? Perhaps. Is it going to come from Mikal Bridges? That's kind of what you hope. You know, it's not going to come from Jay Crowder. That's not a knock on Jay Crowder. That's not his role with this team. He doesn't need to do that. DeAndre Ayton, you're going to need more than 10 points and 6 shot attempts from. I think the biggest thing that the Suns have going for them, and I do believe that they're more talented, but I still think they're deeper. They're much deeper than New Orleans. That Pelicans team is a little bit better than I was giving them credit for. Like, I wasn't super interested in this series. I kind of begrudgingly watched game 1. Was really happy that I stuck around for that 4th quarter from Chris Paul. I was fading last night until the Devin Booker injury. And then I thought, well, okay, crap, how is this going to go? And you see the way the Pelicans played in that 3rd quarter. And 2, I start looking around. You know, I mentioned Valanciunas' that was a Vucevic moment. I mentioned Valanciunas' performance in game 1. Like he's pretty steady. You know, we have our feelings about him because of, you know, the Chimezie Metu incident, but that's a dude who knows his role. Like, that's a ball player. Herbert Jones is a guy who they really incorporated into what they're doing. CJ McCollum has been, I mean, damn near flawless since this acquisition. Like, I think he's worked out better than the Pelicans could have imagined this working out, at least this quickly. And you see Brandon Ingram doing superstar things right here. It got me. This Pelicans team is good. They're better than I give them credit for. I'm not gonna turn over the series to them with the Devin Booker injury. I'm with you. You know, my eyes are a little bit more open in this series. But man, this team next year, bro, like assume you got Zion coming back probably, almost certainly, I think. Then you got like draft picks. You got 1st-round draft picks. Like, this, not only could this team be good next year, this team could be a problem next year. And like top 6 problem.
Yeah.
This team is it's built. And if this is Ingram's moment, if this is his stepping out moment, the league should be on notice.
So one of the things that I think about with that is, and this is a job for Willie Green, this is a job for some of those players, is one of the big issues when they were not making the playoffs the year before is the fit of Zion and Ingram. People would always say basically they occupy the same space. And when they're and they would go to different splits of when they're not on the floor together, how shots come from the same place and their production rises. And when they're on the floor together, like it all changes. Like, it looks like a mess. So the idea of Zion being added to this team is absolutely tantalizing. But what does that mean number 1 for Ingram? What does that mean for Valanciunas? You know, and where he played. That was the other thing. They talked about Steven Adams getting in the way of Zion or things of that nature. So, you know, how does that work out? I kind of like you and maybe others. I feel like they'll just figure it out. Like, I think that everybody's a year older. Willie Green may end up being a better coach than Stan Van Gundy for this team, and he'll figure out some things and they'll work it out. But I always think about like, oh yeah, they'll just add such and such and it'll be on and popping. Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe there's a reason this team is performing the way they are right now, and they weren't able to do the same things last year with Zion on the fold. Maybe the reason is CJ McCollum. Now that he's there, maybe it balances everything out. But they had Lonzo Ball playing really well when Zion was there as well.
Let me go back to something you were saying a second ago about Zion. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and Facebook Live. You can also catch the show on the Odyssey app in 1320 a.m. if you're on the road and out and about. Mention Zion and Ingram and kind of the position of the court that they play.
Mm-hmm.
If you're, let's say it does become crowded down there.
Mm-hmm.
What if you have to choose?
I would choose Ingram.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, I would choose Ingram. I try not to have to choose though. If I can help it, I would John Lynch, Deebo Samuel, sit down. Let's talk this out. All right, let's figure this out.
A lot of wishful thinking from Kenny Caraway today. I hadn't thought about that about Ingram and Zion being, the proximity a little too close.
Yeah, I just remember that from last year. And they struggled, and everybody was like, "Why is this team struggling so much?" They've got Zion and Ingram, and that was a lot of what people would say. But hey, man, everybody's a year older. In this particular case, people would be 2 years older, and maybe Zion sat back and saw the way this team was playing and saw different ways that he can incorporate itself. Maybe that's just something of the past, but I do remember that from last year a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Whenever we pose questions like that, we want to hear your response to it. And, Roddy says, Ingram easily. Z Cygnus says, easily, I think co-signing you saying Ingram.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of that is,
you saying Ingram too, right?
Yeah. And I think part of that is like NBA, Andy here says trade Zion while stock's still semi-high, plus, mentions the rumors that he doesn't want to even be in New Orleans, but he's still like an unknown.
Yeah.
All of these years in the league, like he's still an unknown, and you've got the injury concerns. Like it feels like there's a lot of concerns there with him. Meanwhile, Brandon Ingram is in the midst of this moment. And obviously the idea, of course, is for this all to work together and everybody mesh together. But I've always operated as like, this Pelicans team, when they get Zion, they're going to be something. But if unfortunate for Phoenix, fortunate for New Orleans, if this Devin Booker injury does impact the series the way that we think it might, now you got a situation, maybe New Orleans gets out of round one, and that would be a massive upset. I don't think that's going to happen, but if you play along here for a second, and New Orleans gets out of the series, you still got the Zion Williamson stuff, Zion coming back at some point. Now it starts to feel like that Boston Celtics year. Now it starts to feel like the year Tatum and Brown and they lost Kyrie. And didn't they lose Gordon Hayward? Wasn't that the year they lost him like for 5 minutes into the season?
Yeah.
Wasn't that all
absolutely.
the same year?
Yep.
But they still got, I think, to the Western or Eastern Conference Finals.
Game 7. Yeah.
Game 7 of the Eastern, and then everyone comes back the next year,
mm-hmm.
and it's like, what do we do? Like it didn't work. It didn't work when everybody came back. All the hype, the big free agent target, it didn't work. The big trade acquisition, it didn't work. Both of them were.
You know what the problem was? It was number 11. That's what didn't work.
Very well could be
Kyrie
true.
Came back.
but that's what I mean. The big free agent target didn't work.
Yeah.
The big free agent or the big trade acquisition didn't work. The big free agent target
was coming back that was hurt the year before.
It didn't work. Neither one of them.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a question mark. It's absolutely a question mark, but it's a good problem to have. It's better to have that problem than the Kings problem. Like you don't have enough guys.
Kings got a lot of problems. Which one? You got to be more specific, Kenny. I don't know which one you're.
The lack of talent on the roster. They got good players, but I'd rather, and I think you agree, would have Zion, Ingram, Valanciunas, and CJ, and say, "Damn, I got to move one of these guys."
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to have that problem.
Yeah.
So a couple people in the chat were saying like, "Well, I'd go with Ingram." Because he's more proven. You can get to the playoffs with him. We don't know what Zion is yet. Well, when you talk about You don't know if he can stay healthy. Absolutely. You don't know if he can stay healthy.
That might be who he is.
When he's playing, we know exactly who he is. That's a beast. Okay. When he's playing last year in 61 games, 27-7 for Zion. When he plays, we know he's a game changer. He's a beast out there.
So the interesting,
I'd still take Ingram, but man,
with
it's a problem.
His young career, like that's part of his story though.
Mm-hmm.
When he's healthy, like that's part of his story. Oh, when he's healthy, he's an animal.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bad dude when he's healthy, but that's part of his story too.
Yep.
Because we had the number the other day. Was it 3 years, 85 games? I think that's the number of games he played. Like that's insane.
Yeah.
And as South Sac points out, only slightly kidding, all in the paint too. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. He was regularly shooting 13 of 14.
Right.
He was shooting 11 of 12. Like he was getting
He's unstoppable. Unstoppable. But you're right. And when you talk about if you had to make a deal, if you had to make a move, and you talk about which way you were going to go, you got to go with the guy that can give you comparable numbers. Like it's not like Ingram's averaging 14. Like I don't know what happened in front of me. He's probably like 25, 26 a night, and he's there for you more times than not. So yeah, you'd have to go with Ingram. But man, Zion, it's tough.
And I don't want to discredit the Pelicans for the way that they played last night. Like that game didn't come down to, he's 22.7 this year.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Ingram missed. That game didn't come down to Devin Booker's injury. Like Devin Booker
they would have won regardless.
It feels like that. Devin Booker had 31 in the first half, and up to the point he got injured, I don't think he had scored in the second.
Mm-hmm.
And it was later in the third quarter that he got injured with about four minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
So they were playing really well up until that point. They had a big third quarter. They were up one. After the basket, they went up three. That when Devin Booker went out, and credit to that game isn't Devin Booker's injury. Credit to that game is what the New Orleans Pelicans did.
Yeah,
and they played really, really well in that game. It would have been interesting to see Booker around for the fourth quarter, but we didn't. And the Pelicans took advantage, and they deserve a lot of credit for that because they opened my eyes quite a bit yesterday.
Yep. And they're going to be, it's interesting to see in these situations where, the team that is a huge underdog in the series, they're able to get one of those road games. Like I'm fascinated with all the series that are going back 1-1 in this particular situation. The Dallas-Utah one is a little different because Dallas feels like the underdog that got the one game, but those two games were at home, right? But I believe the playoff crowds played a role in the way that both teams play. The others for both teams, the others for the underdog team, they're going to be a little more hyped up going on the road. And the guys that are comfortable, the Cam Johnsons, the Mikal Bridges, where they're still good players, you put them on the road now, maybe they're a little off, and to see those teams like Minnesota and New Orleans be able to split those first two and to see what they can do back at home and feed off those playoff crowds and playing at home.
That acquisition for CJ McCollum was massive.
Mm-hmm.
Just absolutely massive.
Mm-hmm.
He has fit so seamlessly in with this team. I love how many of these messages are in the chat house. Sacktown Tony says Zion is too unreliable. Pell should trade him for Mo Harkless, Trey Lyles, and Josh Jackson. Then Jay follows it up with Davion and the number 7 pick for Zion. No gamble, no future.
Hey, if the Pelicans are having issues with Zion and they're not seeing eye to eye, you know what I always say: teach them a lesson.
Yep.
Send him to Sacramento and let them know that stuff won't be tolerated here in New Orleans. Send them out of here. Send them to Albatross.
You're not happy in New Orleans, huh? All right, buddy. You're gonna love it in Sacramento. You still think Suns win this series? I'm gonna press you a little bit. You said it's they could be in trouble. Right now, today, you still think Suns win this series?
I do. I haven't fully moved over to Pelicans are in control. They're just a little more frisky. They're a little more intriguing now. But I think the Suns find a way to get this one done. You said it a number of different times, and I agree with you. The best starting five in the game, one of the deepest teams in the game. I think they'll have enough to be able to not have Devin for a few games and still beat a Pelicans team.
And it's worth pointing out, we're all aware during the regular season, they survived without Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can they survive without Devin Booker? Again, that's the regular season. The dynamic is different. You're playing the same team over and over and over again with coaches and players and everybody who can make adjustments. But they survived without Chris Paul. We'll see if they can survive without Devin Booker. And if this team is as deep as we have given them credit for, they're going to need someone to step up. They're going to need someone to step up in that starting lineup. And they're going to need a couple of guys to step up off the bench with Devin Booker, likely out games 3 and 4, and likely dealing with this hamstring issue for as long as Phoenix is going to remain in the playoffs. And I couldn't help but feel bad for the Suns because we just talked about yesterday, man, I hope Chris Paul can make this. I hope Chris Paul makes it through. He's a guy I'm watching. And the basketball god said, don't worry, we will protect Chris Paul. However, we're going to challenge someone else on his team. We'll come back. We're diving into the NBA season for the first time last night. We'll talk more about Deebo as well. James Ham coming up less than an hour from now. And it's 13th round time over on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. It's Steeler with KC here on ESPN 1320.
Wasn't going to have a 13th round today, but hell, we're here. Let's do it. Jesse, cover your ears. Just saying, man. Saying. 13th round here with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And something was brought to my attention last night. And let me see if I can find the exact tweet because, you know, it's just more hating that's completely unnecessary. And yeah, I think this is it right here. I got to talk about it. So somebody on Twitter talking about, you know, Aerosmith and all this other stuff. And they're like, Canelo is so far ahead of Spence on the pound for pound that it's laughable to even compare. Canelo's been unified in 154, 160, undisputed in 168, and is now challenging for a belt at 175. Equivalent to Spence being unified at 147. He is unified in 154, unified in 160, and fight the champ in 168. And it just, you know, it kind of bothered me a little bit because I don't know why we got to act like Errol Spence is not even in the discussion of being number one pound for pound. And especially when, and I'll point this out, and look, we got to deal with what's real right now. When you talk about Canelo, I think he's a bad man. He passed the eye test. He's one of the great fighters of all time already, and one of the great fighters in the game today. But let's just be real with ourselves. Canelo's gotten gift decisions multiple times. He got his ass whooped. I love how he was green. He was too young. He got his ass beat. So it is what it is. And the man got popped for a dirty test and got suspended for 6 months. And we just kind of, didn't happen. It's whatever. He's still good. He's still good. I didn't even get into the whole resume thing and, you know, those weak divisions that he won in or whatever. But we don't even worry about that ever. Just ever. And the only reason that I keep bringing that up, and I'm going to bring that up forever, because if Floyd was ever popped for a dirty test, you think they would just let that go? Absolutely not. I'm just pointing things out, man. That's all I'm doing. That's the 13th round. Just saying. They would not give Floyd the benefit of the doubt if he was ever popped with a dirty test. And they still talk about him. They still talk about how he is a cherry picker. And the man going undefeated his whole career, they still talk about how he a cherry picker. Canelo fans do that. Errol's, but the whole thing is, if you think that Canelo is pound for pound number one, that's perfectly fair. No, there's no need to downgrade Errol Spence and what he's done to do that. There's no need for that. Those guys are just as viable for a number one pound for pound as Canelo. And if Terrence and Errol fight, the winner is number one pound for pound in the game. That's if he wins all the belts, and he beats a top 3 pound for pound guy, Canelo ain't got that on his resume. Or you can say Triple G. Some people might say when he beat Triple G, he was a top 3 guy or the 1 guy or whatever the case may be. Some people had him at 1. They were wrong, but some people had him at 1. So I'll say Triple G. He'll have that. There is. B-ball, ain't it?
Man, I almost didn't get to be a part of the show. Man, that was a heated edition of the 13th round.
Mad because I just had to, 13th round. I just have to speak on it a little bit.
Yeah, I guess 13th round. It's exclusive.
I like Canelo as much as anybody, but let's not act like these things didn't happen.
Kenny's like me listening to Ramsey. Is that what it is? All right. Well, the Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, that's the only place you can see D'Lo versus Ramsey or Kenny versus Jesse. I come in, Kenny, I wasn't even back in the screen. I'm like, hey, this is a long edition of the 13th round. And Jesse's like, we're back. Yeah, but you're full of crap. Yeah, back. No, but I'm not going to let you say that. Oh, okay. All right. We're about to turn we're about to create some more content over on our podcast channels. We're going to turn 13th round into a weekly podcast, house show into a weekly podcast. And yeah, we got some good stuff coming.
Yeah, we're going to get it popping
in time. It takes a while. It takes a while to get stuff to happen. We're going to get it done.
Yeah.
916-349-1320. Hopefully Deebo and the 49ers will get that deal done. We'll dive back into that here. As that's dominated a large portion of the show. We do have James Ham joining us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I guess we'll just hold off until James joins us to talk about some of the stuff De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis said in a conversation they had with Katie Christian over at Kings.com. Or I saw it on the YouTube channel. I assumed it's on Kings.com. But again, it's not a hard-hitting interview. Like they had some fun, talked about food, talked about a variety of different things, but about halfway through the 27 or so minute conversation, they did talk some basketball and a couple of things that I think are worth pointing out, including the word that I am just if there was a word cloud surrounding De'Aaron Fox, this word would be massive because I keep hearing it in some of the different interviews that he does. So we'll get into that as we move along. Looks like Devin Booker is going to be out games 3 and 4. Luka Doncic, he's listed as questionable for the Dallas Mavericks game 3 tomorrow night against the Utah Jazz. He's going to be a game time decision, according to multiple different people out there. So Luka could be inching towards a return. However, I did see this morning that Luka said he wasn't interested in playing if he's at greater risk if he's at a risk of injuring it further. So that's going to be one of the big determining factors in whether he plays or not. Luka, I'm no doctor, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express once. You're at risk of injury, and you don't need to look too far to see why. Yeah. Just Google calf strain Kevin Durant. And maybe Google calf strain Kevin Durant comeback game. See how that went.
Whew.
And I don't want to see that for Luka. I don't want to go next season without Luka Doncic. I would love to go next season without Luka Doncic's whining, but I would like to see Luka Doncic play basketball next year.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I like Luka. I like Luka. I get annoyed by him like you with all the whining and all that other stuff. And Kings fans on Twitter, when Luka does something good, like that's annoying. But the ball player himself, he can go. He's one of the great basketball players in the game today. And he seems like I say this all the time. He seems like a fine young man. Like he seems cool. Like he seems like a cool dude. Don't seem like a jerk or nothing like that. So he's good for the league. He's great for the league. And the league is already at a disadvantage with not having him in these playoffs right now. But I feel like they'd be a huge disadvantage if they didn't have him all year next year. And that would be my concern. We could be worried about much ado about nothing. You know what I mean? He could go out there and play and everything's fine. Yeah, he could.
Sure.
But I just, at his age, how important he is to that franchise, I wouldn't risk it. Now, the crazy thing about this, Damian, is when everything before last night, it's like, yeah, Dallas is cool with Luka. Like, not gonna win a championship, not gonna get to the finals. Well, after the third quarter, I said earlier, the West is wide open. And if you're Luka, if you're Dallas, if you're Jason Kidd, if you're Mark Cuban, you may be looking at it like, oh, if we could just get Luka back, we got a chance to go to the finals. We got an opportunity to go to the finals now. I know they probably believed, but truth serum, like you guys weren't. I didn't think you were beating Phoenix if they're 100%. But now that they aren't 100% and probably won't be 100% the entire time, doors open.
Bro, it didn't even dawn on me as we were having this conversation. Whether Phoenix gets past New Orleans or not, we think that Devin Booker will be at the very least hampered to some degree. Fam, does this shift the potential Golden State Warriors series a little bit?
Absolutely. Everybody,
Lord.
Everybody in the West is like, we can get there, except for Denver. But everybody in the West is
Utah?
like,
what about Utah?
No, Utah might think that look.
Quinn Snyder looking like Birdman. I'm about to stay in Utah forever.
If Utah gets past Dallas, which they should, and they get to face a hampered Phoenix Suns team, as ridiculous as Utah has been, they have the personnel to be able to win that series. Absolutely. Everybody except for Denver could be looking at what's going on in Phoenix and like, yo, we got a shot. We can do this. We can get to the NBA Finals. And the top of that list is the Golden State Warriors. Absolutely.
Man. Whew. As if the Warriors needed more help.
They're the Russell Wilson of the NBA. Just good and unbelievably lucky all the time.
Well, they are really good. Put that out there. They are really good. Ja Morant. Ja Morant gets the headlines because he's that dude. Fellow rebound short of a triple-double. But that was a team effort for the Memphis Grizzlies to get back, get even with Minnesota in their series. That one's at 1-1. That was Memphis. It's cliche. They got back to playing the way that they play, but they kind of did.
Yeah,
whether it was playoff jitters or whatever it is, they seem to kind of settle into their games a little bit and put out a hell of a performance against Minnesota.
Absolutely. A must-win situation for them, and they rose to the occasion in a major way. Took care of Minnesota fairly easily last night, and it felt like Minnesota got to a point somewhere in that second quarter, maybe in the third quarter, where they were like, we did our job. We did our job here, and let's go back to Minnesota 1-1 and take our chances there. And I mean, it's almost like a Phoenix situation where I'm not going to say they can't win if they lose both games in Minnesota, because I could easily see Memphis reeling off. If they lost both games in Minnesota, I could see them winning 3 in a row to win that series. That's not what it is. But man, ideally you'd want to get one of those, and you're going into Minnesota. You're going into a place where the others from Minnesota are probably going to step up their games. It's not going to be just Ant Edwards and Cat and D'Angelo Russell. Pat Beverly's going to be feeling good. Malik Beasley's going to be feeling good. It's gonna be interesting to see how those two games play out in Minnesota, because in all fairness, they got what they were looking for. The Minnesota Timberwolves were. They got that one win in Memphis, and they've got home court advantage now. So now it's up to them to hold on to it and try to go back to Memphis up 3-1.
I think Minnesota's going to be a little turned up.
Yeah, they are
for that.
absolutely,
I mean, rightfully so.
Yeah,
Rightfully so.
Some good stuff, man. So I can't wait to see that series as well, man. I'm really intrigued with how. But Memphis is the type of team that they can do what they do anywhere. Like the brand of basketball that they play, the physical style, the aggressive nature, the depth that they have on that roster. They're not worried about going into Minnesota and at least taking one. They can mess around and take both of them. They're that talented with what they do.
Jimmy Butler had 45 yesterday to lead the Heat to a 2-0 series victory over a 2-0 series lead, excuse me, over the Atlanta Hawks. Shout out to Richard Jefferson, who I guess is a big fan of Bogdan Bogdanović and was tweeting about the Sacramento Kings last night, which is, I expect stuff like that from guys like Richard Jefferson. But
Richard Jefferson ain't even somebody that, I know me, I don't even get upset with Richard Jefferson.
That's what I mean. Like I would expect that type of stuff from Richard Jefferson. Like
Richard Jefferson is the type of guy who will make the same joke over and over to the point where it's not even like insulting or funny anymore. Like he's been like, this is a shtick. It's not very clever. Just like, whatever, Richard. I've seen you on Venice Boulevard by yourself during All-Star Weekend when All-Star Weekend was in Atlanta.
With 4 buttons down.
Yeah, I seen you, Richard. I seen you. Not impressed.
He was really impressed by Bogdan Bogdanović scoring 19 of his 29 points in the fourth quarter. Checks notes. Yeah, they lost.
Yeah.
So I guess Bogey is doing the same things that he did in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Scoring and his team is losing.
Bogey, like I said on Twitter, Bogey gonna be home in a week and he's gonna be on the trading block in 2 weeks.
That's facts.
I'd love for him to come back to Sacramento for the right deal. I like Bogey. Can play. I loved him here.
Well, that could probably be worked out. We could throw Bogey in with the John Collins trade.
Yeah.
Get that done.
Dang, that's a lot of money we taking back.
That's a ton of money we're taking. But if you listen to everybody, Bogdan Bogdanović would have led the Sacramento Kings to a championship by now. It's the biggest loss in the history of it's Bogdan Bogdanović, and then way down the list, it's Mike Malone, and then it's Luka Doncic after that. But Bogey's number one. You just got to take it on the chin. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Miami.
Oh no, go ahead. You said.
I was just gonna say Miami feels locked in. That's all I was gonna say.
They do. I was surprised that. I think we talked about it yesterday, and you asked the question, who's more likely to get a win, Pelicans or the Hawks? I thought the Hawks would get a win before New Orleans did. Now, obviously, there was no injury in the Miami series, but Atlanta just they looked overmatched yesterday because they were ahead for a little bit in that first half, and then it seems like Miami just turned it up, and Atlanta couldn't keep up. They couldn't keep up. So I don't know if Atlanta gets one now.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Jimmy Butler is such like I feel like we talk about patterning, who can the Kings pattern themselves after? I feel like Memphis patterned themselves after Miami because Miami has an identity that they don't really veer from. Mm-hmm. They stick with it. And the funny thing about Jimmy Butler will go for 45 and it feels like Jimmy Butler could go for 45 like anytime. He's like, I'm only going to do it if I have to. I'm going to make sure we go. I'm going to go for 45 tonight.
Yeah.
If Jimmy Butler said he was going to go for 50, if he told me to, if he went LeBron James style, they say, I'm going for 50 tonight. I got this look in my eye. I'm going for 50. Like, yeah, Jimmy could do that. I absolutely believe Jimmy could do that. But if I don't need to, if Bam Adebayo was cooking or Kyle or Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson, I'm good. I'll get my 26, 27. Like Jimmy Butler's such an effortlessly dominant player.
He is. And I'm actually surprised that throughout his career that 3-point shot hasn't been more consistent? Because it feels like that's the thing that would be missing, right? Because, like you said, it's effortless for him sometimes, for him to take over a game with his physicality, his skill level, and the toughness that he has out there. It's effortless. And the fact that he still isn't that good of a 3-point shooter, it's like, man, that's the last thing that's missing from your game. If you're able to shoot threes, you could be, I mean, I was going to say MVP candidate. Some people already have him as an MVP candidate a lot of the times. So he's never been able to get it. But in games like last night, when he hits, I think he hit 4 threes last night. And if that is going down, like you said, he can do whatever he wants at that point. He can do whatever he wants on the court if the jump shot, if the 3-ball in particular is going down.
The Heat are a team that, in the midst of that very, very, very competitive Eastern Conference, I don't think I've given enough nod to. They have pretty consistently been the number 1 seed, in with the exception of when the Washington Wizards were the top team in the Eastern Conference. Miami has been pretty consistent there at being at the top. They didn't blow anybody away like Phoenix did. There weren't tiers separating in the Eastern Conference, but Miami has been real steady. They've been up there with Milwaukee and Boston, who fought their way to get up to that position. Philly was kind of lingering around there at the top spot, but Miami, they finished the season above them all, and that's a team that I kind of thought, like, when push comes to shove, and they get in there with Milwaukee. I don't know, when push comes to shove, I feel about Boston. They get in there with them. Even Philadelphia, it's a team that I always thought would be on the shortcoming, but as you look at this team, you realize, man, they got depth. They got a solid starting 5. They got a starting 5 that knows their role. We'll put it like that. And then they got a 6th man of the year. They've got guys who, they have a game plan they stick to. They have a style that they stick to. They have an identity that they stick to, and they do not veer away from. And then they have Jimmy Butler, who is great, and he's great, but at the same time, he's like a wild card. He's like, oh, you need to take over? I got you. All good. Okay. Yeah. I'll get 19 in the 4th. No problem. I'll get 22 in the 4th. It's good. I got you.
I was peeking ahead a little bit yesterday to potential 2nd round matchups, and that 2nd round in the East. Oh my goodness. Oh man. We talking about Miami versus, I hope it's Philly. I think that would be better. And I think it will be Philly. Miami against Philly. And then any way you can go, whether it's Boston versus Milwaukee or Brooklyn versus Milwaukee. Man, the East with some heavyweight matchups in their Eastern Conference, the semifinals of their playoffs, man. That's some good stuff right there. That's some real good stuff. So,
yeah, once this, the first round's been, I think the first round's been fun.
First round's good. Good.
It's going to get better. That's where I was going. It's going to get better.
It's going to pop off.
But it's fun right now.
I'm like, I understand what you say. I've been interested and intrigued in pretty much all the series. Like even Dallas, Utah has a level of intrigue for me.
One's still working on me. That's the Suns Pelicans got me. They got me because I just wasn't giving the Pelicans enough. I don't think I was giving Pelicans. I think they deserve like a little bit of love, and I wasn't giving to them.
Is it Utah Dallas tonight?
It's tomorrow.
I think it is.
No, I think it's tomorrow. I think they said Luka's. What day is today? Today's Wednesday, right?
Wednesday.
Yeah, tonight's games are Brooklyn, Boston. Get to that in a second. Toronto, Philly, and Chicago, Milwaukee.
They went all East Coast today. I got you. Yeah. I was thinking of what the West Coast game would be. They went all East Coast. Okay.
Yeah, we got a Chicago, Milwaukee start at 6:30. Yeah. And Philly, Toronto gets the NBA TV treatment.
As they should.
Yeah, absolutely, as they should, because that series is going to be over real soon. And Brooklyn, Boston will lead us off, and I guess that we'll transition here to that point as we've talked about Luka, we've talked about Devin Booker, and now here we are with Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons, it seems is progressing, and went so far as to say, as Steve Nash said, it's basically up to Ben Simmons at this point as to when he's going to play. It seems very, very realistic. Not only that Ben Simmons will play this postseason, he very well may play in this opening round series against Boston. He could play in the next couple of days.
Do you think that changes who the Nets could be and what they can do in this series? Does it give them an edge? First of all, do you think they can win the series at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course they
So
can.
does that change the? Because I only ask because there's people who don't think they can win at all. Like they don't have enough. They say stuff like they can't play defense, which is true. Like they are not good on the defensive end, and they think that'll hamper them against a team as good as Boston. I understand that.
There's only two reasons. Yeah. There's only two reasons that I think they can win. Kevin and Kyrie. That's the end of it. Their identity, their toughness. There's nothing else about that team, that roster. There's nothing else about their coaching. There's nothing else about that style of play that makes me think that they can win. But seeing what Kyrie can do regularly and seeing what Kevin and knowing what Kevin Durant is capable of doing, I would never rule that a team with those two guys on it out. Just wouldn't. I like Boston better. I think Boston's going to win the series. I think they're better defensively. The answer to your question, yes, they're better. Like instantly, I think you're better defensively. But this is what has it been, like 10 months since Ben Simmons has played? And you're
11 probably.
You're gonna walk out. He got
Father's Day, so yeah, about 10 months.
Fathers still get a day?
Kind of.
Okay, it's when the barbecues go on sale. That's what the chat house told me. He said if I was going to get a barbecue, wait till Father's Day. It changes who they are, like defensively, and I do believe like he can be I do think that's one part of the game that he can step on the floor and like make an immediate impact. But I don't think you're throwing Ben Simmons out there to play 30 minutes. 30 plus minutes. Like, is he going out there to play 15?
Now, I will say this, because his role would be to be like a primary top flight defender. Maybe that's why you do play him more than normally would. Like if he was this big offensive player and you're like, hey, we need you to be that type of guy and you haven't played in 10 months, that might be asking a lot. But if your job is just, hey, we need you for another body to throw at Tatum and Brown and just play defense. There's only so much you can game plan for. Like, there's only so much of a game plan defensively. Like, hey, stop Tatum, stop Brown. Like, you're our ace in the hole. Maybe he does get 25 minutes just because his role is that simplistic, where it's just like, we just need you for defense and to swing the ball from side to side.
But it's not we're playing half the court though, right? Like we need you to work really hard on this side of the ball and we'll go stand in the corner.
You're gonna be in that short corner.
Okay.
Tip jams, dump jams. Like that's what you're getting.
But Ime Udoka's gonna sniff that out. Don't you think?
But what you gonna do?
Leave him open?
And
leave him sitting there.
Yeah, well, and he'll finish with a dunk. Like that's what he'll do. Like when KD and Kyrie attack to the basket, you just be right there in the short corner, catch the ball, catch the lob, whatever the case may be. Now, what Udoka might say is, if he touches the ball, put him on the line. Now that would be a situation where he didn't figure that out. We got to kind of get him out or move him all the way to the corner. Maybe that's the thing. And then you don't want to do that because you don't even have to guard him in the corner.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting storyline. I can't. I'm sure there is, but I can't think of someone being out for an entire year and then debuting in the playoffs. I'm sure there's a circumstance that I'm just not thinking of. I just can't.
Maybe not.
I can't think of one.
Maybe there's not one.
It's especially one who you expect to be. Now, Ben Simmons, a healthy Ben Simmons, you asked if he changes the dynamic of this series. Ben Simmons has changed the dynamic of the Brooklyn Nets next year, but I don't. Again, Jesse's throwing this in the chat because I think he's pissed off for even having this conversation. But a 10-month absence and a back injury, and you're going to go out there and guard Jason Tatum. I'm sure Tatum is like, okay, do that. Do that.
But I will.
Jesse ain't said a word in 2 hours and 41 minutes. But let this conversation come up about the Celtics, boy. You ready to go?
Here's the deal. Here's, and I agree with you to a certain degree. It's not about like what he would do for against Tatum or Brown, like he would be this stopper. It's the fact that that's 10, 15 minutes that Kevin Durant doesn't have to guard him. Like that's kind of where, because right now it's like, well, if we want Tatum stopped or Brown stopped, KD got to be on one of them. And now it'd be a situation where we'll put KD on Marcus Smart, let him rest over there for a little bit. Not that Marcus Smart is some kind of scrub or anything like that, but it's not Tatum or Brown. You're not getting that type of offensive attention to Smart. So maybe that's what it is.
I love Marcus Smart. He showed up to the game in a Defensive Player of the Year robe, like a boxer. Not like a Brett Barish robe, but like a boxer robe with matching shoes. That's good work right there. That is great work from Marcus.
This is when they get these fits off. Last night, poor Devin Booker, that fit was awful.
Yeah,
he's out here looking like YG with
no
the dress shoes and socks with the shorts.
Did you know YG has a clothing line?
Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you had introduced it to the West Coast yet. We'll step out. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. That's impossible because it's 2:43. James Ham joins us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk Deebo for a couple of more minutes, and then we'll dive into some talk about Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox as well. That's all coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Man, that's Ramsey on point this time. Jesse's trained to go. You mentioned the Celtics or his fighters, and he's ready to go. Man, I'm not anti Ben Simmons. I guess I'm one of the rare people who don't have an opinion on Ben Simmons. Like, I think he was treated a little bit unfairly, but I don't know. When you sit out, you invite that stuff. Like, that's just part of the game. Yeah, I'm rooting for Fedora Ham too. I'm always rooting for Fedora Ham. How's Sovereign Brand Sales doing? Yeah, NorCal still doing strong. I know some people have had some trouble finding McQueen, but Ben is so damn busy these days. I feel bad whenever I reach out to him. He's got so much going on, but yeah, man, you guys are still repping us super strong, man, and we're really appreciative. Hopefully, there's some announcements coming soon. But yeah, keep checking the brand out if you haven't had a chance to get my. I'm not even kidding, man. It's almost to the point where I'm starting to wonder if I have a problem. I put my McQueen in the freezer just because I'm always serving it. That's just how I like it, right? Like I store it in the freezer. The amount of, and then I take the bottles because, I can put these behind me. I can use them as displays and, got to step my social media game up and all of that. So I'm starting to work some different things out with these bottles, but the McQueen ones are good to have around. Man, I opened up that cupboard and saw how many empty ones there were in there and how many on my little bar. There used to just be lined with McQueen and the whole brand there because it's where whenever I have people over, they kind of hang out in that area. So I have only the Sovereign Brands bottles on display so people will try it and all of that stuff. Yeah, Bryce, I was beginning to wonder. Fam, I was beginning to wonder. I mixed one up last night, and it's really been like since Smoothie got sick. Like, man, I like every day. I just, and it's not like I'm, drinking too much. It's just one glass, which I didn't used to do. I used to just wait till Friday. Now I wait till 4. So when I stop waiting till 4, That's when we got a problem. McQueen at Walmart. Okay. Good stuff. I didn't know that. I didn't know McQueen was at Walmart. That's good stuff. Hang in there, Patrick. I know that sucks, bro. Hang in there, man. We got you back. Check out our company website. Shoot, I know we got a bunch of jobs posted. I don't know that any of them are interesting to you, but check out our site, man. We'll put in a word for you. Bevmo and Arden seems to always have McQueen. Okay. Good stuff. Bruh. we've been close. Make the call. Patrick, search, I think, like Odyssey Careers. Search Odyssey Careers and it'll come up. AUDACY. Search that and it'll come up. Yeah, or you could go co-host down the street. They might be struggling to fill that spot. I don't know why they worried about it. All these damn A's games they air. That's the name of the game for them, is to save money. Huh?
What did I walk into?
Hey, are you gonna hit? I actually thought you was probably texting them separately. You want to hit Sean P back? I felt bad leaving him hanging.
Oh, yeah.
Always having a deep discussion. Jesse says, "Hey, we gotta go back and do the show." All right, show don't end over there on Twitch.
Doesn't end, man. We just keep moving.
Keep moving, man. Yes, indeed. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Chat House wondering if Fedora Ham is going to be with us. We're not quite sure yet. I think Fedora Ham, maybe a one-time appearance. We'll see if we can pull the Fedora out. We'll shift our focus to Kings basketball. There are a couple of Kings questions, believe it. By the way, it's Wednesday. It's been like a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody come to interview? I mean, I know we slow playing this joint, but like,
you feel me now? You feeling me?
That's do we have a commitment from Quinn Snyder? Because if we do, I get it. Past that, what is happening right now?
I mean, they talk about, they don't want to mess up anybody during the playoff run. Interview anybody right now. Like,
mess up during the playoff run. That is, the Bucks is not your concern. If you want to interview 2 assistants from the Bucks, you ask the Bucks if you can interview their 2 assistants, whether the Bucks win the NBA championship or not. That is not your concern.
I agree 100%. Like, people, I'm not into like rushing this thing, but I am into a sense of urgency.
Okay, there's a difference between rushing it and starting it.
like you said, hey. Tomorrow's Thursday. The week is about to be over. We're going on, 2 weeks? No interviews?
By Monday, but if we get to Monday, it'll be 2 weeks. Alvin was let go Monday morning.
Let's just be real. Like, we're not getting any interviews before Monday. It's gonna be 2 weeks of nothing. I don't know.
Planning.
Like I said, maybe it's just
comprehensive. Me. What were the words again? It was a comprehensive search. Long comprehensive process.
That doesn't mean that you're doing it right just because it's long and comprehensive.
What he meant was we're gonna just slow. Like I said, Monty, unless if you got a commitment from Quinn Snyder right now, hey, cool, that's fine. Don't waste anybody's time.
No, not cool. No, because everybody wants people's times wasted. That's what they want. Because Vlad, people want people's time wasted. Because Vladdy had his mind made up with who it is, and you guys said at least go interview people. So waste people's time. Bring people's time in here that you have no interest in, but bring them in anyway.
No. If you're not going to interview people, if you have a target, if you say, hey, that's our guy, I don't need to talk to Sam Cassell. I don't need to talk to client A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Uh-huh.
that hire sure as hell better not be Luke Walton. The hell is Luke Walton done in this league to deserve that treatment? If you go, I don't need to hire anybody. I'm hiring Quinn Snyder. Point taken. Fine. I don't need to hire anybody. I'm hiring this coach. He's been to the playoffs 7 times in a row. Point taken. Hey, I don't need to hire this guy. He's under 500 in the first coach in history to not get LeBron James to the playoffs.
Not the last.
Not the last. I said he was the first. I didn't say not the last. That's the difference.
Understandably so. However, I'd still be wasting people's time.
Oh, fine.
Terry
Fine.
Stotts, come on, man. Let's talk.
So the dangers in that is you waste people's time. You hire the head coach, and Vivek goes, "Hey, I really like this guy too. He finished second. I need him to be your lead assistant."
You don't tell Vivek you're interviewing him. You just say, "Hey, we have a number of candidates that we're bringing in."
Something tells me Vivek is a part of these interviews.
Oh, yeah.
I could be wrong. I just have to believe the owner of the team is a part of the.
You think that's wrong? It can be. I don't necessarily think.
No, I mean,
it can be.
First interviews, yes. Last interview,
gotcha. That's a good point.
I really feel like the owner. You sign off on the hire.
Mm-hmm.
Like in our regional vice president signs off on the hires.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't pick the people to do the job. She signs off on the people that she hired to pick the people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's an organization. That's structure right there.
Right.
This is who we want to hire. These are the amount of years. This is the contract we're trying to work out with them. You know, this is what we want to do. Vivek signs off on that. That's in my opinion, that's how it should work. Once you start interviewing and going, I don't like this guy, I like this guy. Well, what the hell do you know? You own a tech company. Scratch that. You run a tech company. You own a basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the same thing.
No, not at all.
If I go sponsor, if D'Lo and KC sponsor Caraway's kids, the AAU team, and I go buy all of the jerseys and the sneakers, I ain't coaching. That's your job. Once I start weighing in on, hey, Kenny, let's do this, you punch me in the face and tell me to get the hell out the way.
I wouldn't punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Biggs, if you sponsored Caraway's kids, bro, sneaker game would be crazy. I think we'd be playing in shoes that don't nobody but PJ Tucker play in. I really do. I think PJ Tucker the only one that will play in the shoes.
PJ Tucker really do play in those shoes, which is wild. Like
Indian. Remember when he played in Fear of Gods?
Like, have you ever worn Fear of Gods before? It's like, yo, how do you play in that? He's the only dude I've ever seen playing off-whites. And you're on a different level of FU money when you just like you have off-whites and you just take the tag off. Because let's be honest, the tag is a nuisance. Like it's the most frustrating thing about the shoe. But you can't take when you're lucky to have a pair, you can't take it off.
I've thought about taking it off a couple times.
I've nearly ripped it off on a few public outings. Like it's gotten so far. I'm not convinced that like that tag isn't the number one cause of car accidents in the world. You got your foot down there and that thing moves around and you're trying to move it. It just like veers too far off over to the side.
Jay points out, I remember this. I don't know why he's calling him Spicy P. His name's Swaggy P. But he played in some high top Yeezys. He did. I remember what's his name? Gilbert Arenas played in some low top Dolce & Gabbana shoes one time.
Which probably best sums up Gilbert Arenas' career. He played in some Dolce & Gabbanas. The first guy who's walking around in them big giant ass Gucci sneakers. That's the one who hits a whole new level. James is going to join us coming up here at 3:00.
I got a question. I'll save it for James.
I will mention Deebo hasn't been traded yet for those who were wondering. Go ahead.
They just need to talk. Matter of fact,
Why didn't they do that
Kyle
first?
and Deebo need to talk.
Like, why did
the brother?
You could have ignored that. Everybody could have ignored. He made a comment on a Facebook page. Nobody believes stuff they see on Facebook anymore. And if you do, you need to evaluate yourself. No, they absolutely could have flown under the radar. I didn't even know about it. I saw Schefter's comments first. And then I heard about the Facebook thing. They didn't have to respond. It all could have flown under the radar.
Deebo,
let's talk.
I definitely think they'll talk. And you guys, I want to reiterate this again. Don't get it twisted. Just because I understand the business side, just because there's nobody where if they're there, life don't move on. Like, you still gonna try and figure out what you got to do to handle business the same way. Just because those arguments are laid out and I feel that way doesn't mean I want Deebo gone. No. 19 need to be in San Francisco. 19, that authentic 19 jersey, that don't need to be a throwback for years. It needs to be a current. Deebo needs to stay. Niners need to figure out a way to get Deebo to stay. They need to make that happen. My boy Deebo got to stay.
You know, since social media is the center of the universe, did you see the liked picture? Deebo went Buddy Hield on everyone.
Oh, Deebo, he liked a bunch of stuff. What was the picture? What was
Cowboys? It was him photoshopped into
Deebo tripping, man. First of all, you're not going. I'm telling you. First of all, Deebo, everybody get in his ear and they tell him, "Are you ready to play for the Lions? You liking Cowboys jerseys and all this other stuff? Are you ready to go to Detroit?"
I don't know, buddy.
You might go to the Jets and live in New York if you're lucky. That's the best case scenario. Other than that, you looking at Detroit, you looking at Jacksonville, you looking at, I don't know where else. Carolina.
So, man, I'm falling down
You looking at Washington, D.C. You may go there. Landover, Maryland, I should say. You ain't going no Cowboys, no Packers.
See, he liked
Chiefs. Deebo liking everything, though. Deebo,
I don't think so.
The Twitter finger's going crazy. Unless he took off the light.
So.
What you mean?
I don't think he's liking everything. Like, he's liking stuff that hypes up his season, for sure. Couple graphics on him, for sure. Graphic on highest paid wide receivers. That's out there. 30 for Tyreek Hill, average annual value, 30 million for Tyreek Hill. That's fake, by the way. Very, very fake. Devontae Adams, 28. DeAndre Hopkins, 27. DJ Moore, 20. Keenan Allen, 20. The only 3 tweets that he likes are the Jeff Darlington one, an Ian Rappaport quote tweet of that Jeff Darlington one that says the trade request came more than a week ago, and the 49ers have been aware of Deebo's feelings for a while. This is why there have been no contract talks. And then the Cowboys picture.
Yeah, it's last things in the last all today.
Well, he's not liking. That's not liking everything.
What you liking anything for today? Huh? What you liking anything for? Calm down. You got them.
You don't even want Deebo to like stuff today.
No, I don't.
Man.
No, we don't need that. This is why we're in a problem. This is why we're in the position we're in right now. Because you and your boys are too busy on social media. Calm down. I would advise Deebo, look, if those are your intentions, fine. Just calm down with the social media. Just relax. Because it doesn't help anything. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help your trade situation. It doesn't help anything. It's not good for business.
But Kyle can make a new Deebo.
He can make a new Deebo, but I still want the current
the original Deebo.
I want 2 Deebos. I don't want that one gone.
James, Kenny's putting on a brave face. He's not doing particularly well today. All of this news about Deebo Samuel. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIF in West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. We bring in 1320 Kings Insider, creator of the Kings Beat, and 49ers fan. Name's Ham.
Yeah, this is a dark day.
Well,
I mean, I think
not a good
these things. Yeah, these things can always be worked out. Money talks. But yeah, there's been a couple of times over the last few years where I just really haven't appreciated the way that the 49ers have handled themselves with their players. And this is just, to me, it's another situation where, I mean, you have an elite player who has a history of injury, and you have to be cautious about that, but you can build that in through his contract. But yeah, I'm pretty disappointed that we've reached this point where people are demanding trades and stuff.
But what did they do?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think we're going to need to. The postscript in these stories usually tells us a lot more than the rumor and innuendo that we're going through right now. I mean, I think in the end, we're going to find out that the contract wasn't where the other frontline wide receivers are at this point, and the Niners can make an excuse for why that is and why it isn't. But at the end of the day, these guys deserve to be paid. Their career life expectancy is so short, and what they do to their bodies and how they come out of the league is just not great. And so I don't blame a player for getting as much money as he possibly can, especially in the NFL right now where wide receivers are just cashing in everywhere, and he's a good one.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I think it's a little nuance here. It's not like they were offering him $4 million. Like they were like, "Yo," according to the conversation, like they're like, "Yo, we'll give you 20. We're not going above 20." All right.
We don't know what was offered. We don't know how we got to this point. We got Kenny choosing sides. We got Kenny just a whole day just hitting guys with steel chairs. And it's like,
work it out. Stay together. Work it out. They will talk to each other. Deebo, this is best for you. 49ers, this is best for you. Work it out, guys. That's the bottom line there. Work it out.
I agree. Kenny's coming with some straight chunky peanut butter right here.
Well, the media continues to try to portray me as somebody that's turning their back on Deebo, and I might be done with the media. To be honest with you, I don't think I'm talking to him. Matter of fact, I want to trade.
Oh well, hey, I know of an opening, pal. I know Chris is listening. Chris. So, hey, I know, buddy. Be careful what you wish for. I would veto that trade. There's no way I thought that trade happened.
Yeah,
absolutely no way.
And Damien would just talk to me, and I'll be like, are you right?
Yeah, that's right. We sit down, we talk it out. You just got your contract extension. Like, what do you do? What are you, Ben Simmons? Goodness gracious!
Damien will just make another Kenny. That's what he'll do.
As we shift our gears here to the Kings, a couple of things. So we're a week and a half in. I understand long, comprehensive process. Are we going to start the process or just continue to make lists?
I don't even know if we're making lists yet.
Come on, man.
I've reached out and I'm confused. I don't know where we're at here. We've heard the names, but there's also a lot of names we haven't heard that could, join some mystical lists, like a guy like Sam Cassell or someone like that. But I keep reaching out to people, and there just doesn't seem to be a list that they're going to take their time. They understand that it's truly just them and the Lakers that are looking for a head coach right now. And that could change, but I don't think they're in a rush to make anything happen yet. They're gonna have he said it's gonna be a comprehensive and process driven search.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm the one that continues to say none of it matters. Just get it right. That's all that ever matters. Like, if we won't even be thinking about how we feel today if a year from now they're playing in game 2 of some NBA playoff series. But how do you not, and I'm not saying they don't have one, how do you not have a list? How do you not have a list? Like, what have you everybody knew the man was gone a month ago. How do you not have a list?
You got a list. You're just not letting that list out.
And that's fair.
I mean, I think that's what it comes down to. I mean, they know who they would like. They have to have some names that they would like. And that's why we've started to see names that have been put out there. I mean, some of those are going to come from agents that are trying to get their guys back in sort of the mix and mentioned. But at the same time, I think everyone around the league knows that, guys like Terry Stotts, guys like Steve Clifford, guys like Kenny Atkinson and Mike Brown are all looking for another opportunity and are probably all going to get another opportunity, whether it's this year or it's next. And then you've got guys like Charles Lee and Kenny and Darvin Ham that are on the short list of guys who are up and coming and should actually make their way into the league as a head coach. So I think they know who the group is that they want to bring in and interview, and then we're going to have to go from there. They're going to, like they said, a comprehensive and process-driven, whatever that means. Again, let me
running the numbers.
Feed me some
Analytics.
buzzwords. Feed me some more buzzwords. I need more for my coaching search. I don't know. Maybe I'll have that comprehensive and process-driven as a T-shirt. That sounds good.
Kingsbeat.com. It's always good to make T-shirts. I guess we shouldn't knock him too much or make too many jokes. Like in terms of his, I have a lot of questions about retaining Luke Walton, and I don't think anyone can clearly, definitely answer those. So we'll just let those sit out there. But in terms of Tyrese, Davion, the acquisition of Domantas Sabonis, even some of the free agents and other trade acquisitions he acquired, Dante DiVincenzo, his approach has been good. He seems to have a vision. He seems to have a direction he wants to go in. Now it's about finding the coach that can execute that direction. I don't think his decision-making, I guess, has been poor to this point.
No, but it's comprehensive and process-driven.
Wow.
I mean, again, I think that's it. You're right. Everything we've seen from him so far is drawn out. It is. I mean, that first offseason where, he waited 4 or 5 or 6 days into free agency to sign, Hassan Whiteside.
Yeah.
And that was the first thing he did. And it took so long. The only thing he had done before that was not match the deal for Bogdan Bogdanovic. So again, I think what we've seen is even the trade last year, it took way longer than anyone thought it would. At the trade deadlines, he's going up to the deadline. I hope that doesn't mean that he looks at September 25th, that's media day. I probably should have a coach by then. So that's where we're okay, I get it. You are meticulous, I think is the way that I would, and conservative, and then ready to be aggressive when he needs to be aggressive. But that's why I do expect this thing to get drawn out a bit and to probably, maybe it's 3 weeks, maybe it's 4 weeks. I mean, again, there shouldn't be a clock on it since there aren't a bunch of other teams that are sitting there looking to get into the coaching market. And I think at the end of the day, you're right. The key is to get it right, to make the right selection here, to get a coach that can be here long term, that can build with the front office and create a culture and an atmosphere of winning, and change the course of this franchise in a way that no one else has been able to. And so get it right. That's at the end of the day, I think that is all that matters.
And so far I want to say he's been wrong in his approach, but it hasn't been he's waited. He's been meticulous. He's been super patient. And last year at the deadline, that got him guys like DeLon Wright and I forgot who else came here, but
Mo Harkless.
And
Terrence Davis.
Terrence Davis. It helped that team. But it was too late at that point. You got what you wanted, but it was too late. They didn't have enough time to make up for it. This year, you got Domantas Sabonis. That was great. But once again, it was too late. So I feel like there's a time and a place for that. And he has good instincts as far as the guys that he wants to go after, whether it's free agents, trades, whatever the case may be, and waiting around like that works in acquiring those guys. But what's the damage that happens while you're waiting around is my concern.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I'll say this though, because I've watched his process so many times. The only thing you really need a coach for during this point in the off season is to have some sort of, people going out to do have conversations and workouts with players and to track players and to make sure that everyone's on the right path. And you're also, you're doing things like, checking in with agents and going through the process of these are the things we need you to get better at this offseason. This is where we want your focus. But all of those things are actually being done right now with guys like Rico Hines. He is the player development guy. He's the guy who is checking in. And so I've watched it where assistant coaches literally do all the draft prospect workouts and their previous regime assistant coaches that are doing draft prospect workouts and they're just showing the front office, what it is that, these guys can do. And you don't have a head coach yet. And then there's even times where those guys do all of that work and then they bring in a head coach and then those guys are let go. And so this process has played out here in Sacramento many times. I mean, you don't go through this many head coaches. What is it? I don't even know how many we've talked about it. I think this will be my 9th head coach and going into my 13th season covering the team. And that's where, the mistakes are made, but also you do have people there on the ground that can do this. Doug Christie and Bobby Jackson can run your draft prospect workouts. Rico Hines can run your draft prospect workouts so you can get a good look at especially all these second round picks and stuff.
All right, there's a lot more we want to talk to James Ham about, so we're going to step out. We'll come back. We'll talk about Sabonis. You and Brandon Nunez did a nice little podcast looking into Sabonis this season. I want to talk about Sabonis and Fox together as well. Much more with James Ham. We'll go commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. Man, that's a 4 o'clock start today, isn't it, Jesse?
Yeah.
Man.
What, Oakland?
No,
No,
the Nets.
Celtics Nets.
Oh, okay. Because the A's game just started.
Huh. Oh. It's a shame. That's a shame.
Yup. And that was that one where they kind of believe there might be inclement weather coming in and they don't care about their fans. So they just moved the time yesterday from 7 o'clock or 6:40 to 3:40. Yeah. Yeah, interesting turn of events. It's
almost like, I don't know. Rob Manfred is useless, but I'd step in. What the fuck are you doing?
He should have
What
stepped
are you
in.
doing?
He should have stepped in.
We're not. Look, I get you want to move the team. We're not doing this. This is Major League. This is, and as much as I don't like Roger Goodell, this is the type of thing I don't think Roger Goodell would let happen.
Right.
Because this isn't about your stupid little franchise. This is about the NFL. Rob Manfred, this isn't about the Oakland A's. This is about Major League Baseball. And you're making Major League Baseball look stupid. And you're alienating Major League Baseball fans.
Right.
But because Rob Manfred doesn't have any balls, he won't do that.
No,
But
it's horrible.
This is awful.
There's more feral cats in the building than there were fans yesterday.
Yeah,
Did you see
those
that?
pictures coming out of that game last night were awful. Just terrible.
3,700 fans in Game 2 of a 106 of a 81 game home schedule. You had 3,700 fans for a winning team in Game 2.
It really is disgusting.
It's the worst.
It's disgusting. And you're 100% right, Damien. Rob Manfred is an embarrassment for letting it go on as long as he has.
Well, so is Fisher. I mean, just come on, man. He's like the third richest owner in baseball.
All right. Well, but the thing is, we know Fisher's an embarrassment. Manfred, you're supposed to be making sure this league looks the way. This is your responsibility at this point.
Yeah.
And he's just sitting there on his hands and It's nasty. It's nasty.
Yep.
Yeah. Crazy.
Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Man, we got a lot of stuff to copy and paste till tomorrow. So much stuff we didn't do today. Actually, not so much. Just a few things. We didn't do the Brady stuff. We didn't do the Jerry West stuff. I did want to do the A's Giants, but that got moved out. We can throw that in tomorrow.
I still haven't watched the Game Time or Showtime.
Winning Time.
Winning Time.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet.
It's good, but now I kind of feel bad for laughing at it because they're like really upset about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
I
your
thought
legacy.
But it's not though. Like, I think any rational person is watching it like this isn't real. You know what I mean?
So.
Like, I did ask the question: Did Jerry? Because it was such an outlandish scene. Did Jerry West throw his MVP trophy through a window? That's crazy. But it's all TV.
Yeah.
And they picked Jerry West to make the. They picked Jerry West to make it funny.
Yeah, to be the bad guy. Yeah. It's just kind of strange. Yeah. I need to go in and watch it, I guess.
And I'm alone because I saw somebody else say, I don't think Jerry West is the bad guy. Like, I think.
Well, no, I understand he turns. I still think he's kind of a jerk, but he's not at all what he was in the first.
He's a straight shooter. That's what I get from him on there.
Okay.
Like,
that's fine.
He's not not compassionate or anything like that. Like, he says things off the cuff.
Yeah, but I've also I've heard he's neurotic. He has some some quirkiness to him that his
We're coming back here, James.
depiction isn't that far off.
Steelo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Shout out to our man Warren who mentioned they had it at Walmart. So take a look out when you're out shopping around.
I might need to go get some of that because it's tough right now.
It's a tough get. Yeah, even for us, it's a tough get, especially when you mix a little McQueen and cranberry. Every day at 4:00, that supply runs low. So just be on the lookout. As a matter of fact, if you see a bottle, text your boy. Let us know where it's at because we've tapped out our supply with Black Bottles 916. He's about had it from those calls from us. So we're out there with you in these streets getting our McQueen and the Violet Fog.
Send us straight to voicemail.
And you just know when someone hits the decline button, and that's kind of where we're at with Black Bottles 916. We give them a call. He's like, decline. I ain't trying to hear these dudes beg for more McQueen. And we've got to get some bottles over to the ham bar that he does the show from 3 times a week here. And we talked a little bit about the coaching search. Did you have an opportunity to watch or listen to Sabonis and Fox sit down with Katie Christensen?
I did not. I saw it, but I didn't have a chance to sit down and watch it. I'm in post season. Like, I've got my own pods going. I'm shifting to draft coverage and coaching searches. Was there anything to take away that was different than what they said?
No, and I'm not trying to be like, it was a lighthearted conversation for the most part. And shout out to Kenny because I absolutely did not see this. He alerted us to it earlier this morning and got a chance. It's 27 minutes. I mean, basketball wise, again, it's a lighthearted conversation. Basketball wise, you can probably skip like the first 14, and then they start to talk a little bit about their time on the court, their limited amount of time on the court, what they need to do to be better next season. And one thing that just really, really stuck out to me, James, was De'Aaron Fox preached structure again. And I feel like that's the word that we like when he's talking, when he's giving interviews. Logan Murdoch, I think, was the one who introduced it to us. Like, he's talking about structure. And that really stood out to me that he used that word again.
Yeah. I mean, look, we heard it down the stretch too, that he wanted more structure. He wanted a coach that would direct more. He wanted someone that would call a play, that would call a player out. He does want somebody with a personality that isn't like a laid back guy. I think he's had laid back guys the last two. Dave Yeager, not so much, but even Dave Yeager was more of he had such a young team that it was just like, okay, here's a directive. You're going to run, and I'm going to yell at you until you run. At some point, there's some things that some of these guys do that drive you crazy, where it's like, okay, you want structure, but at the same time, I'm watching your coach yell and scream at you to run every single play, and you're not running. Still, it's not ingrained in you yet after 5 years in the league that the second the ball is inbounds to you, you need to run, or the second you get the ball in transition, you need to go. Those are things where, like, look, you might want structure, but if you just did some of the basics, we probably wouldn't be in some of these situations. But I also, like, look, you can have a player's coach who has structure. And, Fox is one of those guys, a little bit like me, where it doesn't really matter for me, like, who the coach is. I can work with anybody. I can have a conversation with anybody. And I think Fox is that way too. Like, Fox understands that this is a process, and like who the guy is that's going to run the team is he's going to listen to. And that's why you see other players have issues with all of the coaches that we've seen over the last few years, except for Fox. Fox never has issues with anybody. And typically I don't have issues with anybody when I'm going into, ask questions of coaches. Like, he doesn't take anything personal, and he tries to do his job. And so I think that at some point you do need to listen to him. And he was pretty clear. Like, he didn't want to give a directive on who the coach was that he wanted. He talked to the media about it, but he said, like, look, I want to be kept in the loop, but I don't really care. Like, that's not my job. My job. And Sabonis is like, oh, heck yeah, I want to get my input. And Harrison Barnes is like, you serious? You think they're going to ask me? like, what? So, like, I think there's all kinds of different approaches. It goes back to personality traits and stuff like that we've talked about all year long. So
Harrison's like, I ain't gonna be here. I ain't gonna be here.
I continue to hear the same things everybody else does about him wanting structure and things of that nature. And to your point, James, I don't even know if he wants a certain type of coach. I just think he just wants consistency. Right? Like, I guess he doesn't want chaos, but he doesn't want a revolving door either when it comes to players, coaches. He wants to know, like, all right, the structure he's looking for, I feel like, is a plan and sticking to it. You know what I mean? And that could be, like you said, somebody who wants to run all the time, somebody who wants to go half court all the time. It doesn't really matter. Like, I feel like you just mentioned, James, he's saying, like, I can work with anything. Just stop messing with everything all the time.
I think it could be that. And I'll also say this too. It's possible that Fox is one of those guys that's like, look, I do my deal. And I don't, like, there's no reason for a coach to yell and scream at me. They could be mad at his defensive stuff, but it might even be that he's like, look, you need to check some of these dudes who are doing things that are crazy and wrong. If some player that rhymes with, like, Schmutty Field, if some player like that decides to break off every single one of the offensive sets and not follow through with what he's supposed to do, and then on the defensive side of the ball, he gets beat on back cuts like 6 times in one game, even though you just went over back cuts, then he shouldn't be playing 34 minutes. He should be playing left out is what he should be playing. He should be sitting way off in the distance, not in the rotation, because somebody at some point has to direct somebody. And if someone doesn't want to, follow directions, if 4 of these kids are doing the same thing and one of them's doing his own thing, then you lose. That's what happens.
Well, that's because Schmutty Field didn't want to be in the corner all season, James.
Yes. Yes.
Schmutty Field wants to be opened up like Mick Carlisle has allowed him to be.
I'm just telling you That like that might be what Fox is talking about. Like, look, if someone isn't going to abide by the rules, they need to go. They need to sit down. They need to not be in the way. They need to stop being like the thing that's causing us to lose.
A schmutty field.
Yeah,
He needs to stop
you know,
being a
like
schmutty
I feel like it is. You know, maybe that's not what he wants. Maybe he does want a full-fledged marching band leader. You know, to pull maybe that's what he wants.
Yeah,
Maybe he wants
he
someone
yes.
that like
Yes,
look,
man.
yeah. So I mean, Rick Carlisle, like that's maybe they should trade for Rick Carlisle and have him come to Sacramento because he does call almost every single play. And he's so hard on point guards that most of them end up hating him and most of them end up leaving after like 5 minutes. I mean, he found ways to get under the skin of just about every point guard that ever came through Dallas.
Mhm.
And, you know, so maybe that is what Fox is looking for, but I don't think so. I think what he wants is like some direction, someone who holds players accountable,
Mhm.
and someone who will actually stand up and say, that's not what I told you to do. Go sit down and don't come back and see me. We'll talk about this at practice tomorrow.
Mhm.
And that's just, you know, there were times like the one time I think I really just like laid into Alvin was like, why is he playing? Why are you letting one player shoot you out of a game? You know, why are you letting one player shoot 1 for 13 and blow every single one of his defensive assignments, and you're running him out there for 34 minutes?
Mm.
And, you know, he was caught off guard by it and like, well, you know, like we need his floor spacing. And it's like, okay, that's one aspect of the game. You can coach around floor spacing. You can't coach around the things that are happening here. And so I think it might be more of like when we hear structure, it might be accountability. That might be something that he's looking for.
Yeah. Another thing that he mentioned in that interview that stood out to me was he was asked about playing with Sabonis. Now they only played 9 games together, but it was, you know, what's the one thing that really stood out with playing with him? And he was almost giddy and just like couldn't put into words. He was like, hey, the guy just gets you open. Like you just open all the time when the ball's in his hands. And like I said, he couldn't even find the words to express how exciting that was for him and how much of a revelation that was for him. It felt like for the first time in his NBA career, like I've never played with anybody in the NBA that has allowed me to be this free on the offensive end or has gotten me open so many times on the offensive end. Is that something that you kind of saw as well with Fox and an encouraging sign going into next year with these two together about him being able to continue what he did the second half of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it was so easy to spot. The second they were on the floor together, everything just like clicked. So that, you know, and that's like we've talked about how Halliburton and Fox, like if you gave them enough time, they probably would have worked out a way to build chemistry on the court, not off the court, on the court, and figured out how to both be successful, right? Well, the second Sabonis stepped on the court with Fox, it was like, holy cow. Like they just work. They fit. And you instantly realize that is exactly the type of big man, the type of player that Fox has to play with. And now you got to get the other players, the guys that are more consistent doing the things that they need. I thought it was really interesting. We dove really deep into the stats and like things like I thought that Sabonis was really good defensively. I was pleasantly surprised with how good he was defensively. I thought he stayed in front of his man. I thought that in the post, he's about as good a post defender as you're going to see. He was strong. He didn't get pushed around. He elbowed guys. He kept guys off the glass. He got defensive rebounds. I mean, Brennan pulled up when Sabonis was on the floor. Their defensive rebound percentage was 80%. That's like astronomical. It's mind-blowing that one player that could have that much impact. And it's not just how he how he rebounds. It's how he clears out space and allows others to rebound as well. And so the one thing that you can point to is he doesn't block shots. He's not a good shot blocker. He doesn't have a huge wingspan. I think he had 5 blocks in 15 games with the Kings. But the other metrics for defense, like, were completely contrary to everything that you saw. Like they weren't good. Like his metrics, and that's because the Kings defensively are so bad that even a guy like Sabonis, who came in with a track record that you saw in Indiana, he still couldn't even keep up with his metrics. I mean, he allowed like 70-something% inside of 3 feet, right? And when he was in Indiana, it's something like 53%. Like there's just no way for him to mask the inadequacies of the group he was playing with in Sacramento. And, all of a sudden he realizes what a straight line drive is. Like, holy cow, how come every single guard in the league is running at me full speed and there's no one around defending him? And it's just the Kings were so bad defensively that, like, his percentages, like, they showed it. Like, sure, he's not a shot blocker, but that doesn't mean he's not a deterrent in the paint. And all of a sudden it doesn't even matter. There's so many people coming right at you that you can't do anything about it. So I think it's going to be a spectacular pairing. I think that they're going to be, I mean, we saw the stats early on with just the two of them when they did play together. And I really do like the potential of this pairing. And I think it's much easier to build around this group.
Sabonis asked about the team, this was an exclusive interview I had with him. He said, "So what do you think about this team defensively?" He's like, "I don't know. If they could just stay in front of somebody for 2 dribbles, maybe I can get a better assessment."
That is not what Domantas Sabonis said to Kenny Caraway. That's what Kenny Caraway's good friend Luke Walton said to him in an exclusive sit down that he had.
Never forget poor Luke. Just stay in front of somebody for 2 dribbles, please.
Yeah. Fight through a screen.
Luke had some pretty funny, like F this team remarks. like the I don't know if my game plan works because they're not doing it. So I have no idea. You can be critical of me he didn't say this part, but you can be critical of me as a coach if you want to, but I ain't coaching this team. They ain't listening to a damn word I say. Poor Luke.
The one time I'll never forget against the Clippers last year, and he goes, "I told them exactly what was going to happen in the half. I said they were going to come out hard, they were going to pick it up on the defensive end, and you guys had to be ready." And we turned the ball over the first 3 times on the court. If that's not coaching, I don't know what is. I told you what was going to happen, and you weren't even ready.
There was one game where he said, like, we came into the game in pregame. He said, "Look, the game plan is this is a great offensive rebounding team. We have got to keep them off the offensive glass." They had like 19 first half offensive rebounds, and he's just like, man, like he's like, "I am prematurely balding because of you, all of you players. Yeah, you're making me pull my hair out every single game." And yeah, I mean, that's the frustrating thing, right? Players shouldn't be this hard. And I think when we're watching the playoffs right now, every single team plays so much harder than we've seen the Kings play for like the first 65 games. Like there is no team that's playing right now that is playing with like that kind of like force and energy. The Kings had no force, no energy the first 60 something games of the season. And you just watch it like if they somehow made it to the playoffs, it would be like the biggest rude awakening of all time. They would get rolled up by 50 in the playoffs.
The bubble. Remember what happened in the bubble? They got a taste of real playoff basketball, and they got slapped.
Yeah. I mean, what we're watching right now it's crazy. It's fun to watch. Like, even if the game gets out of hand a little bit, like just the force that these guys are playing with and the energy that they're playing with, the way they're attacking each other and stuff, I think it's spectacular. And I think if you're sitting at home and you're a Sacramento King, you're looking at that like, oh man, we got so far to go.
Yep.
Because it's not just about players. It's like we have to play that hard. And if we don't have a shot. And that's, again, they haven't even got to the point where they get to the last 20 games of the season and teams are ramping up for the playoffs and it's real basketball. They haven't even got to that point where they're really competitive going into that. And that's usually when they do crumble, when everyone else goes, okay, it's playoff time. Let's shift into that next gear and start playing harder. And, they just don't have it yet. They have to figure that out.
Saw the Pelicans hit that gear last night. Like they shifted gears in that game against Phoenix. There was a moment in the Celtics Nets game one that I had a Kenny Caraway moment where they got to stop doing this camera shot because it's just not good for anyone. Kyrie hit back-to-back threes, and they came back, and the crowd's trying to get loud. They're doing their thing, and it centers in on Steve Nash, and the mic is on. All right, guys, good job. Now we got a rebound, okay? Let's get rebounds. Okay, guys, let's go. And I'm sitting here looking at like, that's coaching at the highest level, huh? That's going to go get some rebounds. Okay, cool. Not fair to Steve Nash whatsoever. That just happened to be the shot they came back with. And I kept thinking, God, Kenny's right. They're freaking useless. They're useless. He's just out there talking about, okay, guys, let's get some rebounds, okay? Okay, guys, some rebounds. And that was it. Let's go. Puts his hand in like, you can't be serious. That's what y'all did with that timeout? All right. You should have just said, just give the ball to Kyrie and everybody move.
Doug Collins. Doug Collins. Get the ball to Mike and everybody get the blank out the way.
That's it.
It's funny, but you can look how some coaches, like, the talent on the team is so good that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens. And I think that's where we come to this point where with the Kings, where it's always going to be like a mixture of a strong coach with a strong personality trying to keep things on the ship on the right path, right? And enough talent to compete. And the Kings have never found that mixture. And when they do, they go away from the mixture for one reason or another. Either they start trading players or they fire a coach. But it is a complete mixture where you can take a great team and put just about anyone with them, and then you can see how they slowly start to get worse if it's not a good enough coach. So a coach can't push you over the top, but you still have to, in order to compete, you still have to have the horses. You still have to have the guys that can actually play the game at a high level and get you there. And again, it's just the Kings can't marry those two ideas.
Yeah. And it is interesting to see, especially in these playoffs, because it's like the players that we see, they're good or they're considered maybe better because they're on a playoff team. And what I mean by that is, look at what Dallas did the other night. Like, there's nobody on Dallas right now, especially without Luka, that is like some kind of world beater. We're talking Finney Smith. We're talking Brunson, Maxi Kleber. What's my man's name? The 3-point shooter with the dreads. Used to be in New York. I'm drawing a complete blank right now.
Oh, Bullock.
Yeah. We're talking about guys like that. Like, these aren't guys where it's like, there's no way that you can get a guy like that. Like, this is kind of what I get at when I talk about these type of guys are all over the league. What you need is, to Damien's point and what everybody else points, a coach with a plan that can put these pieces together. And you need to find these guys that'll all be buying into the same thing. Too many times in Sacramento, there's people with different agendas, like Schmutty Field. You know what I mean? Like things like that. They got other things going on, as opposed to one of the reasons why Dallas is as good as they are. One of them, not the only reason, but one of them is they all got a common goal. They are all locked in on winning basketball at all times. And you can win with guys that are, I don't want to call them fringe NBA guys, but a guy like Finney Smith. You can win with a guy like that if everybody's on the same page. And that's where I go, like, I guess that's where I say things like they're not that far away. Because you can go get a Reggie Bullock in this offseason. Like, you can go get him. You just have to make sure you have the program together from top to bottom, ownership, front office, coaching, locker room, all that other stuff, to foster the type of production that he would bring to you and the positivity that he can bring. So far, Sacramento hasn't been able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying is some of those guys, they're what you call tryhards. So they go out there, they work really hard. They give you 100% maximum effort. And you have some guys on the Kings that have been maximum effort guys before, but then they kind of lose that at some point. And then you have guys who think that they're maximum effort guys, but they're not. What you have to have is like I think the best example of it is Taylor Jenkins in Memphis. He's a young guy, came in, but if you don't play hard for him, you don't play. And that's it. And that's where you have to, like, the Kings don't necessarily have guys that play so hard that you can't take them off the court, where you're just like, man, you play so hard. I've got to keep putting you out there. I think Davion, and I think we've seen that from Dante DiVincenzo. You know, there are times where we see it from other guys. I think Rashawn Holmes is a guy that used to be just a super, super try-hard guy, a guy who works his tail off and does things the right way. But you need a coach that will instill that every single game. That, you know, that's why the buy-in is so big. It's why Michael Malone really is so popular in Denver, but was so popular here in Sacramento. He got everyone to buy in and actually play hard and try hard for him. You know, and so there is no win one for the Gipper. There is a very clear message that if you don't play hard, I just won't play you. I don't care how talented you are. And so the Kings, I think that's what they're looking for, or it's what they should be looking for. They need a steady hand, right? Because we've seen that without a steady hand, this thing goes completely off the rails. But they also need somebody that has a personality that gets 100% buy-in, and it's not just buy-in short-term, and it's not just buy-in for 82 games. It's buy-in for 5 years. I need you to buy into what I'm selling now, and I'm going to commit to you, and you're going to commit to me. Again, Monty Williams is one of those guys that gets the buy-in. Like, I remember Gravis Vasquez. Gravis Vasquez was going through some just struggles to find his way in the league, and his, you know, and he ended up like becoming a family member with Monty Williams and his family. He slept on the couch, or they had a room for him, or whatever. He is at barbecues all the time at their house. Like, those are things where, you know, you see someone slipping, you have to pull them into your circle. You have to actually, it can't just be about the NBA and about the lifestyle and about, you know, expecting that someone will catch something falling between the cracks. You have to be mindful of everything. You've got to be able to delegate too, but you also have to be mindful of everything, and you have to have difficult conversations with players. And so I'm hoping that they can find that guy. And that's why, again, Taylor Jenkins, but also, you know, guys like Quinn Snyder. Like, Quinn Snyder has 100% buy-in for years and years. He's had 100% buy-in. Whether that's waning now, maybe, but he sure did have it for a long time, and that's something that can be repeated somewhere else.
We might be seeing it in New Orleans right now. This is a question from the chat house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Pelicans play recently, last night. Has it changed your mind about the play-in at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think I wrote about it the other day. I wrote about it as part of Sunday's Musings, where I really do believe that the play-in, it showed you how hard you have to play, the switch you have to flip if you want to be successful, if you want to take that next step. And I think what we're seeing from the Pelicans, but I also think, you know, the Timberwolves, they had to go through it as well. They had to come in, they had to beat the Clippers. And then, you know, I think we're seeing that it does have value where I didn't think it did. And I also think it's probably because the West probably isn't as strong as we think it is. And it's certainly not as strong as it has been in the past. So the West, you've seen it kind of translate to really good first-round matches, where the East, the playing guys are just going to get rolled. It doesn't really matter how well they did. But I certainly think it does have value. And I try to tell people, like, down the stretch, like, they're going to probably finish with the seventh worst record, right? But the experience of trying and trying to build a winning culture, it does have value. It has value all the time. Now, like, I don't think that 34-win playoff teams should happen. So I think that that's a problem, that the group of teams that were fighting it out weren't really that good at all. But now we're seeing the Pelicans starting to get their sea legs. They're starting to get a little bit more time with CJ McCollum blending into the mix and guys learning how to play with them. And it's not just him. You know, there's other players on that team. That whole team outside of Brandon
Ingram's
Ingram,
killing it. Yeah.
Yeah, but the rest of that team, I mean, Jackson Hayes has been there, but
Yep.
For the most part, they got a lot of new faces. And that's where we talked about with Zion. Oh, just put Zion in there. It's like, okay, no. Like, he's never played with half of the guys that are in their rotation because he just hasn't played this season, and they've made so many changes. So I really do think that there is value to it, and there's more value to it than I thought there was going to be, because I didn't think that these teams stood any chance. And then you watch them play in the play-ins. The play-ins were so good, and you're like, oh man, this is truly playoff basketball. They're not going to get paid for it. It shouldn't count as playoff basketball, but it sure does look like playoff basketball. And now we're seeing that sort of play out in the next round, where they're actually growing and again, taking steps way ahead of where the Kings are. Way ahead. I mean, the experience is immeasurable, and they're getting it, and the Kings aren't.
Now the Pelicans KC are looking at this series like, y'all losing Devin Booker for 3 and 4. Okay.
Golden
That's the
State
series.
Warriors.
Yeah, man.
Warriors are over there like, oh.
Look,
we got a bunch of old guys. We're slow playing over here. Oh, we see what's happening over there. If you don't make it out of the first round, or if you go 7, that's gonna hurt you.
Hey, everybody. I said everybody except for Denver in that West. Can be looking at it like, yo, we got a shot. We can do this. Like, as crazy and ridiculous as the situation has been with Utah, they handle business the way they're supposed to, like we all expect, without Luka or a hampered Luka in that series. They get Phoenix next, and we don't know what Devin Booker is going to be like. And Utah's issue isn't necessarily personnel. Like, they have the firepower to play with anybody. There's just something off with that group. But maybe they look at it now, we're like, yo, we do what we're supposed to do. We got an opportunity to go to the conference finals. And then Quinn Snyder isn't available.
Yeah. But didn't they lose to Dallas? I thought they lost.
They're 1-1, but they're going back to Utah. They're one of those teams that, and even with Luka, I would expect Utah to win both of those games. In Utah, you go back, you're up 3-1 going into Dallas.
Yeah. No, I mean, you never know. You never know what's going to happen in these series, especially like Booker goes down and, he's going to miss games 3 and 4. They said already, right?
Yeah.
And that opens a door, and we don't know, again, Minnesota all of a sudden is finding, that series is back and forth. It's split. But Minnesota is finding out how to play in the playoffs, and Memphis isn't really they're not really a legitimate 2 spot. They're not. They're a team that's jumped a few steps ahead of where they should be. And so you don't know if they're going to be ready to handle a series like this, especially versus a team that's got nothing to lose. They do have something to lose now, and they know that. Now they're the 2 seed, and there's expectations. There is no expectations as a 7 seed. And so, like, I think this is going to play out really well, and I think it's going to make all of these teams just that much better. And if you're the Kings, you've just got to be looking at it and going, these are the teams we're trying to compete with, and they're getting something that we just can't get. Experience.
Another thing De'Aaron said in that conversation with Domantas Sabonis and Katie Christensen was he mentioned being more vocal, and he referenced Draymond Green and Chris Paul, and he referenced everyone's need and desire for him to be more vocal, and he said, I want to work on that. I want to do better with that. And he sang the praises, and I just point this out because we reference it, and I think sometimes people think it's overplayed. He referenced Amon Shumpert.
Yeah.
Still,
like
all of these years later,
he mentioned
he referenced Amon Shumpert and the type of leader like that Amon Shumpert was for that young group. And it was, really, I think for one of the first times I've heard him, talk about it like that, from it to actually come from De'Aaron. I heard it come from a lot of other people before, but to come from De'Aaron, to hear him reference Amon Shumpert and his ability to lead and how he's got to strive to be more like that, I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think with Amon very specifically, there was Amon's a seasoned vet, but he's also like a really interesting personality. Mm-hmm. And I think he allowed different people to see different sides of himself. And so young players like De'Aaron, again, super young at that point, that's his second season.
Mm-hmm.
He saw this like energetic, crazy. Iman was fun to cover. I mean, the whole scorers thing, but also like he does an incredible Eddie Murphy impersonation, which none of his teammates knew who Eddie Murphy was and had no idea what he was doing when he was making, like Coming to America jokes and stuff. Like they just all looked at him like, what are you doing? Why are you being so noisy? But he had this spirit about him with the players, but that same spirit did not that's not the same spirit he had with the coaching staff. And so like there comes a point where players, again, they like to show one side to the media, one side to their teammates, but one side when they're negotiating their playing time and what they expect and stuff like that. And I think that's where Iman kind of like, that's why he wasn't kept on. It's why he wasn't brought back at a different time when he's been available forever. Because, there are moments with guys like that you can, again, there are different sides to Iman Shumpert. And, like the players saw one side and it was a good thing for the players. It wasn't a good thing for everybody involved.
They should interview him while they're waiting for people around. Interview him for it.
Consulting position. We need another consultant in Sacramento.
Jerry West.
Iman. Never mind. Iman gonna be episode 2 Jerry West. You'll get it, James. You got to get into the series, Joe. You'll get it. We're gonna talk about Jerry West tomorrow. He was on. We had planned to bring up the stuff that came out in the Hollywood Reporter today, but I think it came out last night. But Jerry West not as amused by this series.
No.
And we couldn't talk about Jerry West because we spent 2 hours on Deebo, and Deebo has spoken. Deebo tweeted out, reporters' job to make stories only people know the truth about situation is 49ers at Tory Dandy and Deebo Samuels. Prayer hands emojis.
No S on the end of Samuel, but whatever. I love that you added the S. You're sitting there reading it and you added the S. It is my favorite quirk that you have.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
To correct?
I think he's saying, I never corrected. I just think it's funny. Well, I think what he's saying is the only people who know what's going on in this situation is the 49ers, his agent, and himself.
Okay. What's the tweet that started everything else? Darrington or whatever. I just spoke to Deebo Samuel.
Well, that's a different tweet. Well, he forgot to tag Jeff Darlington too, because he sounds. It's not the most well-worded tweet from 19 Problems either.
I didn't even get into that report. It just all right, Deebo, just talk to Kyle. All right, so we can figure all this out.
Just work it out. Yeah, just work it out.
Make sure you check out thekingsbeat.com and what happens first. Keeping the bit alive. Where are you, Jesse? Alfonso says what happens first. Kings make the playoffs or Deebo Samuels gets traded. Alfonso, I love you for that for so many reasons, and we love you for hanging out with us. We hope that you'll join us tomorrow at noon right here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Nets.
Man, you better bring us back on the air after the commercial, and I'll say go Celtics.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, see, Aldrin J, never seen Coming to America. I'm the same age as Fox. It was funny to see players like, we don't know what he's doing. Like, why is he being so noisy? And, I mean, he is spot on. He has a spot on Eddie Murphy impersonation, and none of the young players knew at all what he was talking about.
Well, in that interview, Katie brings up the day she talked about the Cosby Show sweater he wore, and she like brought it up. She's like, yeah, so one time I was doing one of your games, you had a sweater on, and I compared it to Cliff Huxtable. He said, who the hell is that? He's like, I've never heard of it. She's like, the Cosby Show. Oh yeah, I've heard people talking about that show. I don't know.
But just for the record, that's the proper response, whether you know who Cliff Huxtable is or not. the proper response is to go, I don't know who that is.
As soon as she started to go down that path during the game, it was like, no, Katie, no, he's not good. He's not no.
And
She's
shout out
like,
to
the
Draper, who's
pudding
like,
cup
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
It's like, no, we're not going to talk about the pudding cup guy. I'm going to sidestep this real quick.
Draper's like, yeah, De'Aaron Fox down the middle with the basket. And Katie's still pressing. What is it? Draper's like, no.
No.
Who's the guy who sings Bump and Grind again? It's like, oh, Katie.
Who's the guy that did that comedy? Why is there air? Like, no, we're not talking about him. No, we're not talking about him.
Stop playing with. You know who he is. You know who I'm talking about. No,
Yeah.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Sidney Poitier. That's who you're talking about, Katie. We're just going to say it's Sidney Poitier.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, we hope that something starts moving along here quickly with the coaching search. But like I checked in yesterday. I haven't checked in today with outside sources and stuff. But yeah, definitely, it needs to start moving. Well,
Bless you.
I don't have a button quick enough to go to mute.
That's all right.
Yeah. All right. Everything good with you guys? We figured out this whole crunchy versus creamy peanut butter thing. No.
I think what we determined is
We
I
are-
actually like both.
Yeah.
I love peanut butter.
Yeah.
I do. Like, yeah, when I was a kid, I'd eat it with a spoon, and I still do peanut butter and Ritz all the time. It's sort of if I get home super late and I don't stop for food on the way home after a game, I'll get like a small glass of milk and Ritz and peanut butter.
Ritz. Isn't that one of the things, like, after you work out, it's good to have peanut butter?
It's high in protein, that's for sure. So I don't know.
I don't think that's true. but-
Yeah.
I've heard it multiple times.
Well, I mean, the fat in peanut butter is good for you, like peanuts, almonds. That's
Shout out to George Washington Carver. Thank you.
right. Yes, indeed.
Okay, so I have the A's game on. I looked up, it was 1-0 A's, and now it's the next inning and it's 0-0.
A guy got thrown out at home. It was the run. They had to reverse a call.
Yeah, and you
They
have to
called
call
him-
him
they
a
called him a
Today's
guy.
baseball, they lose runs as the game goes
Yeah.
along.
They called
And
him safe after review. He was out.
And you do have to call him that guy because you have no idea who the hell
Oh,
it is. Like, this is just ridiculous.
no.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I watch. I don't know why I'm watching almost every game, and I have no idea who's up at any time. And it's like 97% like white guys with like somewhat of a beard. And you're like, I
Good
don't.
baseball though.
It's just another guy that I like. I have no idea who you are. So, yeah.
That scene at the Coliseum is just, jeez.
I know I was I made a joke to somebody that used to work for the Kings. I said, this is some like, you never go full Maloof, It's like you guys have seen Tropic Thunder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, the-
blackface comedy.
Yeah, the line, but where he goes, you never go full, and you never go full Maloof. And the response was, I don't think the Maloofs ever, we always had enough employees to run the concession stands. And I said,
Oh man.
yes, but half of your toilets were covered with plastic bags because you wouldn't pay the money to fix the toilets in all the bathrooms. And it's like, and they can't do that at the Coliseum because no one makes a plastic bag big enough to cover a trough. And he was like, okay, you're right. You're right.
It was opening night, and they just had concession stands that just weren't open.
Did you see they snapped a picture of a bar, and the bar was probably 50 feet long, and they had one bartender?
Yeah.
And like people just lined up, like,
Bar rescue would be on their ass if
Terrible.
it was.
oh yeah. I know someone jokingly said,
Awful.
my friend left to get a hot dog in the first inning, and he's still not back, and it's the sixth. Yeah, just
That is
absolutely
awful.
brutal what they're doing there, and then they're gonna leave the feral cats. That's the latest thing. I don't know. What if they have someone get sick from petting a cat, or their kid petting a cat that's wandering around the stadium? Because that may happen. Like, yeah.
What
A
the hell?
train wreck. Why do we have to worry about things like this? We shouldn't have to worry about things. Mark W., bring those A's to Sacramento. I really wish that would happen too. And to be honest with you, something like that almost happened in the late 80s, early 90s, where they almost had the Raiders here, and that's why you have the remnants of the baseball stadium out at Arco Arena.
Arco's still standing, by the way.
It's still standing?
Still standing, still strong.
I think I'll get at least a heads up that that's going to happen, and I'll be able to go and, watch. Like, I want to, push the button.
What happens first? The Kings make the playoffs or Arco?
I don't think Arco's ever going anywhere. I think they're going to hit that detonation button and it's going to stay. It's just going to sit there like, what are you doing?
Yeah. What a mess. What a mess.
Bar Rescue, which had an episode here in Sacramento, by the way. That's one of them shows where they'll have Bar Rescue marathons for 8 hours. It's an hour-long show, and you could just 8-9 hours straight of Bar Rescue.
Did you ever see the episode of the Renovate My Backyard where they renovated Katie Christensen's house?
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so you know how there was a show where they wander through the aisles at a Home Depot, and then they're like, "Hey, what are you doing today?" They're like, "Nothing. I was thinking about working on my sprinkler system." They're like, "Well, how's your backyard? Would you like it if we just came to your house and fixed your whole backyard?" And they're like, "Okay." And so Katie has an episode, and they went to her house and they built a bar outside. They did all kinds of stuff. Yeah,
nice.
Maybe 6 or 7 years ago. No, yeah. I think it was after she came back, I believe. So, yep.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Somebody asked what was the bar. It was some bar in Old Sac that I don't think is there anymore. Actually, it might be. It's right when you go in the underground tunnel. I think it's right on that corner. I forgot what it was called. I don't think I've ever been there, but
didn't one of them shows shut down Sandra Dee's?
Yeah.
They covered the Sandra Dee's mural. That's
yeah. They fixed it, and then I think they didn't even survive after they fixed it.
Oh, well, that's terrible. Terrible.
Wait.
What's that, Jesse?
Oh.
Jay Wright? Wow.
Is contemplating retirement.
Yeah, that's what Jesse just said in our ear. Wow.
Yeah. From Shams. Jay Wright, one of the college
Make the call. Make the call. Hey, it's kind of like retirement here in Sacramento.
Final destination.
Well, you work 2 years and you get paid for 4. So, I mean, that's a good deal.
I'm a Jay Wright guy. That's one I wouldn't turn my nose up at.
No, I like him. And is it Mark Few? Is that his name? Yeah. I would take him too. Yeah. Sandra Dee was on Kitchen Nightmares. That's what it was. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I knew she was on something.
And people they thought it was Awful Annie's. I don't know that one. Downtown.
That one. Oh, is that the name of Bar Rescue's place?
Yeah. It was a sports bar. I don't know.
I walked past it a few times, but I never went inside.
Does it say "as seen on Bar Rescue"?
I would hope not, because they got man. T-Pain was on that episode. T-Pain was in Sacramento and went to that bar and was like, "Service is terrible."
Are you sure that T-Pain doesn't just live here, because he's done halftime shows and he's been here quite a few times?
I think he lives in a house with Coolio and the Sugar Hill Gang.
I still don't know who he is.
T-Pain, Coolio, and Too Short. Oh,
Too Short.
Yeah, that's right. And Vanilla Ice. I had to do that. Yeah. Halftime show with him screaming "Go Turtle, go Turtle, go" right next to our set, in the middle of halftime show. Are you kidding me? You couldn't have put him on the floor to do this. He's got to be right next to us.
Go. I didn't know for a long time. I know now, but those renovation shows, especially when they do your house and everything, that's just for the show. You can pay to have all that stuff kept in there, or they just take it all out.
Oh yeah, all of the they stage it like they're gonna sell it. Yeah.
Well,
oh no, most of that stuff.
Exhibit Pimp My Ride.
Right.
Did you ever hear the stories about Pimp My Ride?
No, what happened to that?
No, they'd build these cars out, but they wouldn't run. you
Oh
you wouldn't be
no.
able to drive the car after they did it. Like, oh, this car has a refrigerator, and you could store all of this here, and you could do this, and it has a yoga studio in the back. Can't drive it.
Can't drive it. Wow.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh, that's awesome. Sweet.
All right.
All
Go
right,
watch
gentlemen.
basketball.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch A's, and I'll do the dual screen. I've been watching True Detective. I went back and rewatched the first season. I'm in the middle of the second season.
That's dark.
Oh, it's dark. Yeah,
is
I like dark. I like dark. That's kind of, yeah. So sweet.
All right, Hammer. We'll
All right,
see you. What's today? We'll see you Friday.
Yeah, we'll see you Friday. I have no idea what day it is. So
Okay, neither do I. We appreciate you. Thanks, man.
see ya.
Yeah. All right. I moved a couple of things over for tomorrow already.
For sure. Good night, NBA.
Yeah.
I think we got some.
Yeah.
The heaviest hitter in the first round is playing tonight. So.
Jay Wright likely retiring, sources say.
Wow. One of the greats.
Yeah, I like Jay Wright.
Wow.
All right, y'all. We're gonna get out of here. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys as always. And we appreciate you. Even Ramsey, who doesn't like the show. See you tomorrow at noon.
Holla.
T-Pain, a big fan of